we're going to start in the infield today with our pentathletes. These athletes ran their 60-meter hurdles just over an hour ago, and now they're going to move on to high jump.
We'll take a look at the past champions of the U Sports Track and Field Championship before we do move along with more coverage here today, and we've got an exciting day. But the Guelph Griffins, led by Max Davies, just a stud of an athlete and setting records along the way. The past 3 seasons, the men's champions, the Guelph Griffins, then that year that didn't happen, and then just keeps going. Guelph, 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 and Windsor.
Yeah, 7 straight years for the Guelph Griffins. They've been an absolute powerhouse for Jason Kerr, taking over once Windsor Lancers great Dennis Fairall retired, and Colin Inglis has been building the program ever since. This is the strongest program that Colin has had. They're back-to-back OUA bronze medalists in the provincial standard and looking for maybe a similar fate this weekend.
And this is the 13th time that this Fieldhouse will host the national championships. The women's past champions now, it's the same type of thing where some schools are just running the show. And Guelph, again, just incredible coaching down the line. Go back to 16-17 for the last time a different school took a title.
Yeah, so again, Jason Kerr and his program, the last 6 straight national championships have gone to the Guelph Griffins. Sometimes, and then of course we see the Toronto Varsity Blues with 3 years before that. Sometimes the OUA might not be the best precursor to what goes on at the U Sports Championship, because the goal for all these athletes is to go to the U Sports Championship. You may not see everyone in every event that they're going to compete in at the conference level, so it makes the U Sports Championship a true representation of what we're going to see across the board.
And now the athletes of the year, some that we're going to be keeping our eye on over the course of this weekend, and today we're going to see some of them as well. It takes a lot to get here. It's a 2-month season. Culmination of a lifetime of work, though. This is a body of work as being an athlete and competing in different sports and building to this stage in your career where you're competing against the best of the best in the country. As we take a look at the athletes of the year here.
Of course, we've got our women's pent high jump athletes getting underway. The bar is currently at 148.
So the female athlete of the year, Favor Okpali from Windsor, and the athlete of the year for field events, Rebecca Parker of Guelph. And then the athlete of the year for track events and men, Max Davies, who we already talked about. Athlete of the year for field events, Kenneth West from Western University. And here are the rankings for the men's teams this weekend, and Western University leading the way with a pretty significant margin right now in the points, which is no real surprise just based off the talent they have on their team.
Yes, for sure. The Western Mustangs have won last year's OUA championships by scoring points in every single event at the OUA championships, and this year they're going to need a similar they're going to need a similar effort to be able to get on the podium in the national championship.
Western men's ranked number 1 in 300-meter, 4x200, 4x400, and 4x800. Manitoba ranked first in the 60-meter, the 600-meter, Guelph 1,000-meter, and 1,500. That's Max Davies in both of those. And then Sherbrooke with the number 1 ranked athlete in the 60-meter men's hurdles. As we take a look at the women's rankings heading into this weekend. Right now, Western University leading the way there as well. And across the board for number 1 ranking positions, 3,000 meter, 1,500, 1,000 meter, 600, and 60. Pretty much every individual track event. So Western just loaded up with elite talent, and then Guelph, Saskatchewan, and Calgary to round out the top 4.
Yeah, in the 17 events at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago, Western averaged over 10 points per event. So it means that they averaged at least, on average, it'd be someone winning the event or a number of athletes picking up points in there. And this is Vicky Crowley's last year. She's going to retire after this year, and nothing better would be better for Western to take home a national championship for her.
And let's take a look at our schedule of events for day 1 of 3 of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. Okay, we'll just pull that up here really quickly.
Catherine Moreland from Ottawa going to attempt her first jump at 148, and she clears. Actually, that's Vienna Courteau. That is Vienna Courteau with a clearance at 148.
All right, we'll be right back with more coverage of the 2025 U Sports Track and Field Championship, the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Hey U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Brett Hedges, and Brett, you're going to take us through to some high jump coverage.
Absolutely. We've got the women's pent high jump going on right now. We just saw Shalane Pritchard clear 151 on her first attempt at that height. These athletes are going to try and keep raising the bar, so to speak, throughout the competition to try and gain as much points as possible. These female athletes will compete in 5 events today. This is their second event. We saw the 60-meter hurdle earlier today. We saw 2 sections of that. We'll see that in just a little bit as the high jump portion continues. Catherine Moreland from Ottawa just cleared 151. Here's Allison Edwards from Calgary Dinos, and she clears 151 as well. A lot of these athletes range in the 166 to 171 range, and they will enter at their appropriate time. Next up is going to be Liana Wa from Laval. Liana is the 5th ranked athlete in this field, and she clears 151 on her first attempt. Liana was 9th at the U Sports Championships last year and has the 5th best pent score this season with 37.77. That was her opening height at 151. Here's Riley Robitaille from Windsor. Knocks the bar off at 151. Riley was the OUA bronze medalist 2 weeks ago with a score of 36.11. And this is her first U Sports Championship and her 3rd year at Windsor. This is Vienna Courteau, 4th-year athlete from Ottawa. And she knocks off the bar at 151. This is Vienna's first U Sports Championships. She got 5th at the OUAs with a total score of 34.95. But a lot of growth from Vienna this season. Her total points, personal best, grew by over 400 points this season. There she is talking with her coach there. Here is Abby Gaudry from the Dalhousie Tigers. Gaudry is the AUS champ with a score of 34-34. Last year she came to the U Sports in the long jump and placed 11th. That is the RSEQ champion, Letitia. Riley Robitaille. Nice clearance there from Tozy, Corvo Tozy. And Riley Robitaille clears her second attempt at 151. Catherine Moreland. Sorry, Courteau, second chance at 151. So now the bar will be raised up to 154. And that's where Calgary's Sarah Feschuk will compete at the next height. Worth noting that while they raise the bar here, that the top-ranked athlete in the entire Pent, Sienna McDonald from Calgary, has scratched the event, so we will not see her. She had the highest score in the country this year at 4,181 points. So it's anyone's podium here at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships.
It's certainly a threat, coming off a trip of gold last year at the championships, and a notable name throughout the track and field world for the whole season.
So it'll be a number of athletes entering at this height at 154. Holly Harrison from Alberta is going to join. Some of our higher ranked athletes in the high jump will not enter until it reaches in the 160s, high 150s. So Sarah Feschuk from Calgary with a good clearance there. Letitia Corvo Tozy, 154, unable to clear. Here is Shalane Pritchard from Regina. Definitely a good chance to medal in this event. She knocks the bar off at 154. Shalane Pritchard from Regina with a seed mark of 38.48. Last year she was fifth at the U Sports Championship with 36.82. Here's Catherine Moreland from Ottawa, unable to clear 154 on her first attempt. Catherine got fourth at the 2024 OUA Championships with a score of 33.33, and last year was fourth at the OUAs. This is her first U Sports Championship. Here's Allison Edwards, unable to clear 154 on her first attempt. The fifth-year athlete from Calgary with a seed score of 35.43. Last year, Edwards was the U Sport bronze medalist and the 2024 Can West silver medalist. Here's Leanna Watt from Laval. This is going to be Holly Harrison making her first attempt of the competition. And looks very strong on that opening height. Harrison clears 154. Riley Robitaille from Windsor, her first crack at 154. And too much wiggle on the bar there as it falls off. She has cleared 2 heights, so she will score points in this event regardless. But if you do not clear a height or register a mark in that specific event, that means you are disqualified from ranking throughout the entire competition. So these athletes want to make sure they get at least a measurable performance there in these events. Vienna Courteau unable to clear 154. Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie. Gaudry, the AUS champ in the pent. She also competed in the long jump and 60-meter hurdles at the AUS championship, and she won both of those events. And she clears 154 with ease. Letitia Corvo-Tosi from Montreal. Clears 154 on her second attempt. She will move on to the next height, 157. We've got 5 athletes still looking to clear 154 before we move to the next height. Next up is Shalane Pritchard from Regina. And she clears 154 on her second attempt. Shalane was 5th at the U Sports Championships last year and bronze at Can West. And also this weekend, Shalane will be competing in the long jump, 60-meter hurdle, and shot put. Here's Catherine Moreland from Ottawa. She clears 154. Interesting story, Dan. The U Ottawa facility where they train for track and field, a couple of weeks ago prior to the OUA championships, the snow collapsed the dome. So their training space was unavailable to them. Their head coach, Richard Johnson, had to make some adjustments. Last year's U Sports bronze medalist in this event lost out on silver by 1 point. Robitaille at 154. Missed her first attempt at that height. She'll have to go to her third attempt to clear 154. Here's Vienna Courteau from Ottawa. Unable to clear. Vienna's PB in high jump prior to this event is 147, so she's already, or sorry, 152 in this event, so she's trying to go for season best. Riley Robitaille, third attempt at 154, and she is unable to clear. She will exit the competition at that height. move on to Vienna Courteau. Vienna's season best 157 on the year, has not jumped that since November. And Courteau unable to clear 154. Courteau will exit the competition after failing to clear 154. So now the bar will be raised to 157. While we do that, let's take a look at our 60-meter hurdles heats in a little bit. Sorry, we're going to take a look at our weight throw highlights. Here's Janae Shomachuk with a big throw. Chelsea McIsaac from Dalhousie. This is our bronze medalist, Liv Sands. Here's our winning throw, 1945.
First for the Lancers here at home for the championship. How do you feel?
It is a little bit overwhelming, but I'm super grateful and excited. It's kind of just sinking in right now, so pretty good.
What are you looking forward to this weekend?
To watching my cousin jumping for high jump tomorrow. I haven't seen him in years. He competes at Manitoba, so it's just nice having another family member at eSports Championships and just cheering on everybody because it is the best in the country, and it's been a great year for performances.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Now we're going to welcome Cole Hannum up to join us here at this bird's nest here that we have in Windsor. Cole, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me this year. I'm super excited to be joining you guys for the 2025 U Sports Track and Field Championships. Hello. Yes, thanks for having me.
We've got Robin Selkirk going to try 157 here for the first time. This is the OUA silver medalist in this pentathlon 2 weeks ago.
Here goes Selkirk. Oh, and a great clearance by her.
Clears very well. She jumped very well a couple weeks ago at OUA's, cleared 171 to win that event in the Pent. She's the two-time OUA silver medalist, was fourth at the U Sports Championships last year. Here's Shalane Pritchard. And good clearance from Pritchard at 157. She'll move on to the next height. Pritchard ran an 8:30 in the 60-meter hurdles a little earlier, and she'll move on to 157 in the high jump. Catherine Moreland from Ottawa.
Oh, first attempt at the new height, and she does fall a little short there. Have to see her rebound on her second attempt.
Took her second attempt at 154 as well, so she'll get some coaching. Here's Allison Edwards, 157. Unable to clear that. She'll get two more cracks at this height. Liana Roy from Laval.
Oh, well over that bar. Breathing room to spare for some upper heights.
Good clearance from Liana Roy. Did not compete in the Penn at the RSEQ Championships, but ran the qualifying mark early in the season. Roy ran an 8.96 in the hurdle. Now it's Holly Harrison from Alberta. unable to clear 157. Harrison's the two-time Can West silver medalist in the Pent. This is her third U Sports Championship meet and her 5th year of competing. Here's Rebecca Parker from Windsor. First attempt at 157, and she clears.
Very solid clearance from Rebecca Parker. That was some textbook jumping in high jump.
Looking very strong there. This is the OUA champion. And last year's U Sports silver medalist, Rebecca Parker. Will move on to the next site. Here's Abby Godry from Dalhousie, and she clears 157 on her first attempt. Next up is Letitia Corrivotosi from Montreal.
Big run up. Not quite this time. Have to see her again for a third jump.
161 is her season's best.
Here's a replay of that big run up. Oh, we see we had some height on the hips, but it was the back legs that really caught the bar. Athletes would be looking to kick those legs up and over once they get their hips over the bar height.
Moving on to Catherine Moreland from Ottawa, 157. Second chance at this height. Unable to clear on her second attempt. Her season's best this year is 151. So already dealing with a new season's best, trying to clear another one. Here's Allison Edwards from Calgary. Unable to clear on her second attempt at 157. Her season's best is 150, so she, prior to this event, so she has already cleared that. Holly Harrison from Alberta now with her second attempt at 157. And she clears that. Looking very smooth on that delivery.
Let's look at a replay of Harrison, Alberta. Smooth run up, knows where she wants to plant her foot, and very clean over the bar.
Her season's best is 165, so she will look to continue in the contest. Here's our Quebec champ from the RSEQ, Letitia Corrivotosi.
This will be her third attempt at the height of 157. Oh, a big run through. That's okay. She will not be penalized at this time. She will have 2 minutes to complete her jump.
So she did not cross the plane, right? So that's important to note.
Oh, very close performance.
Unfortunately, that is the end of the competition for Letitia Corrivotosi.
Let's look at a replay. Thinking about where she might have run. All her effort, hips, but again, we see the ankles and calves caught the bar.
She will move on to the next event. Shot put.
This is also the third attempt for Catherine Moreland of University of Ottawa.
Unable to clear that. Catherine Moreland will exit the competition at 157.
Let's take a look at this replay. Moreland running towards the bar. Oh, I could see a little bit of a dip in the hips there. We will see her again in the shot put coming up soon.
Here's Allison Edwards, U Sports bronze medalist last year.
Wow, great performance from Edwards. Did you see the bar love on that, Brett?
A little wiggle, but it stays put, and Edwards will move on to the next height.
Take a look at this replay. As we see Edwards go up and over, tiny touch on the bar, we see it wiggle, but it stays, and that's what's most important.
That is a season's best performance in the high jump already for her.
Nice little camaraderie there from her teammate and competitor.
Sarah Feschuk from Calgary will be our next athlete to compete. They're going to move the bar up to 160. Men's long jump in the heptathlon will get going shortly.
This dyno currently has a clean scorecard, meaning she's been able to jump over all of her starting heights thus far. We'll see how 160 turns out for her. Oh, and she clears that with ease.
In her first U Sports Championship, Feschuk will move up.
Eye set, big jump. And she's over.
Wonderful clearance there from Feschuk. She got 4th at the Can West Championships 2 weeks ago. Her seed mark for the season, her best score of the season is 34.76.
This is Robin Selkirk of the Western Mustangs. First attempt at 1 meter, 60 centimeters. Oh, another great jump from Robin.
Very smooth.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Selkirk running up. Nice and tall. Oh, and she clears that with textbook technique.
OUA silver medalist. We'll move on to the next height. Shalane Pritchard from Regina is going to be our next athlete.
Oh, great clearance from her as well.
Rattles the bar, but she stays intact. We'll move on to the next height.
Quick replay from her. Plants the foot. Look at the height she gained there.
Great body control to get over that bar. Here's Edwards. And Edwards unable to clear at 160.
Replay of Edwards quick. She had the height, but again, a little bit work on the calves. We like to see the athletes really kick out at the last moment to swing those legs up and over the bar.
And Leanna Watt unable to clear 160 on her first attempt.
Another replay from Wah. This is a moment, Brett, where I think an athlete could really get some small bits of advice from a coach and make some corrections for an upcoming jump.
Here's Madison Lawrence with her opening height at 160. So all of our athletes are in the competition now, or have made their opening heights. Holly Harrison from Alberta.
Great clearance from Harrison.
Let's take a look one more time. Textbook. Very strong.
Next on our list will be Rebecca Parker from the University of Guelph. This should be her first clearance at 160.
Unable to clear on that attempt. So Parker competed in the pent 2 weeks ago. She also competed in the long jump, where she picked up a medal. Two-time OUA champ, last year's U Sports silver medalist. She'll also compete in the long jump, 60-meter hurdles, and the high jump this weekend.
That's a busy weekend.
Here's Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie. Men's long jump is underway in the heptathlon. Here's Edwards, unable to clear her second attempt at 160. Seven athletes have made their opening jump in the hep long jump. Here's Leanna Waugh with her second attempt at 160. Unable to clear.
Certainly an improvement over her preliminary jump at this height.
Yeah, so Leanna actually ran her qualifying score of 37.77 back in December at RSEQs 2 weeks ago. She competed in shot put, high jump, 60-meter hurdle, and the long jump in the individual events, not the multis.
Rebecca Parker, University of Guelph, back for her second attempt at 160. And she's
Clears
able
that. She has a season's best of 172 on the year. Here's Gaudry from Dalhousie. The AUS champ in 3 events. Here's a replay from Gaudry. Good clearance there at 160. She'll move up to 163. Getting the slow clap going for the men's long jump. That's Winston Clark.
on your screen now should be Allison Edwards for her third attempt at 160.
And unable to clear on her third attempt, she will exit the competition, but not without scoring some points along the way. It's important for our folks to know that that's Winston Clark after getting the crowd in the slow clap going. 6:43 was his best, or was his mark there. Leanna Waugh from Laval, unable to clear 160 on her third attempt. She will exit the competition as well. So Feschuk, they're going to move the bar up to 163, and that is where a number of our athletes will continue. We've got 6 athletes still in, 7 athletes still in the competition. So big points on the line. Here's
This is an interesting time in the competition, where at this point we still see 3 women with no X's on their scorecard. That means they've either passed or perfected the bar at each height, and that's really important.
Here's Windsor's Tristan Misha, who's 4th in the OUAs 2 weeks ago, lost on a bronze medal by 1 point.
No kidding.
His jump was 6:43. Sorry, that was Clark's jump.
9.95, and that's not going to be correct.
Right. Maybe 7.95. 6.96. So flip the 9 upside down. 6.96. That makes more sense. So Misha with a good jump there in the long jump pits, looking to pick up some big points in this event. Here is Oh, the athletes are, this is going to be Robin Selkirk next. 7 athletes remaining in the women's pent high jump.
Selkirk, this will be your first attempt at 163. Oh, and a late touch there by, I think, the feet and calves. That can be worked on with her coach, and I'm sure she'll be back at it for another great try. Let's look at it again through a replay. Big run up, jump. Oh, and just the edge of her calf and heel caught the bar. Here she is again, working with her coach, maybe getting pointers or small corrections to try in her next round of jump.
Shalane Pritchard from Regina is next. First attempt at 163. Unable to clear that. Shalane got bronze at Can West 2 weeks ago, 5th in the U Sports Championships last year. She'll also compete in the long jump, 60-meter hurdle, and shot put later in the competition.
Madison Lawrence, Manitoba Bison. This will be her first attempt at 163. Great clearance from her.
So Madison won the U Sports Pent Championship in 2023. Did not compete last year. Looking to take the gold maybe again this year. Here's long jump pit.
Appears to be Jared Hendricks.
The OUA champion.
He had a mark of 6.62.
That'll put him in 4th place in the competition currently. They're still finishing up their first round jumps in the Hep long jump. Noah Dimash going to line up shortly. Here's Holly Harrison from Alberta. Unable to clear 161. Or 163 on her first attempt.
Let's look at this one more time. Great height there, but you know, a common theme today has been the ankles and the heels, kind of catching that bar very late in the jump. Rebecca Parker
from Guelph.
That was her first jump at a 163 attempt.
She'll move on to the next rep.
This is Noah Dimash, University of Guelph.
Just look at that form. Coming off the board, extends his arms, pushes them forward as he lands. It's textbook stuff there.
That was a distance of 6 meters, 54 centimeters from him.
Here's Abby Gaudry. First chance at 163, no good.
This is the point in the high jump competition where some of these athletes are beginning to struggle. Maybe some micro adjustments can help them out, but ultimately this will be determining who gets the correct amount of points and where it places them in a further competition.
So here's Sarah Feschuk. Second attempt at 163 coming up, representing the Calgary Dinos. Unable to clear on her second attempt there. They'll win her first U Sports Championship. She'll have to go to round chance number 3 on 163.
This is a long jump replay from, I believe, Quinn Cameron of the Western Mustangs.
Good form as well.
Gets the white flag.
6'5" No, that was the previous athlete. 6'2"
This is Robin Selkirk, Western Mustangs again. Just missed the bar in her preliminary jump at this height. Back now for a second jump.
She was the OUA Pent silver medalist and the OUA Women's High Jump silver medalist 2 weeks ago.
Another great jump from her. Not quite what she needed. She'll be back again for a third jump.
Worth noting, she also competed in the women's shot put event as well 2 weeks ago.
Replay from Selkirk of the Mustangs. I believe she gets the height. Some of these athletes today are struggling to kick the legs up and over the bar.
Here's Pritchard from Regina.
Another close second jump.
Another athlete that'll have to rely on their third round jump at 163. And you talk about maybe the fundamentals or maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. These athletes did just have to do a hurdle race right before this too, so that could affect the jumping ability as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, energy management will be a theme we'll see from these athletes as they all compete in 5 events today to crown a champion.
Harrison, second attempt at 163.
Oh! Very close attempt there. She will have one more opportunity to clear this height.
Rebecca Parker will be next. I believe Rebecca will also be competing in these. Manny Deslitz in the long jump pit. Just got some warm reaction there. Beautiful clearance from Rebecca Parker.
Rebecca was currently sitting in second in this competition. This clearance will certainly go to help her out.
Here's Manny Deslitz there. He jumped over 7 meters in the men's hep long jump. Manny is also a very accomplished pole vaulter. We'll see him in action on Friday and Saturday too. Abby Gaudry unable to clear 163 on her second attempt. The Atlantic champion. Will have to rely on her third round jump. Third attempt at 163.
Oh. Valiant effort from Sarah. She will exit this competition. That brings us down to 6 active members jumping.
This is Trinity Western's Dejon Clark. Good jump from him as well. 6.53 for Clark.
This will be the third attempt at 163 for Robbins Selkirk, University of Western. Taking her time, talking herself through it. Here goes Selkirk. And she's over.
Looking very strong on that attempt.
Crowd is excited about that one. She seems to think a sigh of relief. Let's take a look at this replay. Wow, cool as a cucumber.
She jumped 171 in this event 2 weeks ago to win the Pent high jump. Then also went on to secure the silver in the women's high jump event the next day. There's Pritchard from Regina, 163, unable to clear on her third attempt. She will exit the comp at that height. She'll get 736 points. That's Max Mazeral from Montreal to Carabin, the RSEQ champ. Holly Harrison, third attempt at 163.
Oh. Great attempt from her. Unfortunately, she will exit this competition at 161. Great height on that jump. Unfortunately, it was the heels, I think, that clipped the bar.
Harrison will move on to the next event. Here's Gaudry, third attempt at 163.
Oh,
And she's unable to clear as well. She will also get 736 points. That's Samuel Utting from Guelph. This is Gaudry once again. Close, but Gaudry will exit the comp there. The bar is now going to be raised to 166. The men's long jump, Sam Utting just jumped 672. You saw that on your screen just a few moments ago.
As they just reset the bar height, again 166. There are 3 athletes remaining in this women high jump pentathlon.
On the runway now for Sherbrooke is Edouard Lavoie-Boyot. See him at the end of the runway there in the green jersey with gold letters. The Sherbrooke Vert et Or.
Dynamite jump from him.
White flag goes up. And worth noting that these athletes only get 3 jumps in the field events, the long jump shot put. So they don't have, they can't mess around in the first 2 rounds.
No. Every jump will count. Back on your screen now should be Robin Selkirk of Western. We saw her, an excellent clearance. Oh, looking to repeat that. Falls just short. She'll have 2 more attempts at 166.
She had good speed going into that. Have a short conversation with her coach, make some minor adjustments, and move on. So is Madison Lawrence here from Manitoba. She won this event in 2023, did not compete last year. Winston Clark for Western. Unfortunately, that's an overtow there. Good shot from our camera crew. Here's Madison Lawrence now. Unable to clear 166 on her first attempt. Madison will also be competing in the triple jump this weekend, where she's ranked number 4, long jump, where she's ranked number 9, high jump, where she's ranked number 1 in U Sports with 175. And she won the Can West Gold in the high jump. Did not compete in the pent at Can West.
That'll be interesting how it looks at points at the end of the weekend. You just saw Rebecca Parker, University of Guelph, first attempt at 166. Currently all athletes moving on to their second attempt at 166.
Tristan Misha from Windsor. Second round jump in long jump. Looked pretty good. Oh, overtow.
The red flag goes up. That mark will not be measured.
So an overtow means he stepped over a certain part of the board and his jump will not be counted. .166. It's going to be Robin Selkirk's second attempt at this height.
Taking your time, talking yourself into it, getting into that zone.
2 minutes, right, from the time that your name is called to complete your jump, so there's no rush. Unable to clear on her second attempt at 166. So she'll have to go dig deep here on her third attempt. Madison Lawrence and Rebecca Parker yet to take their second attempt at this height.
Madison Lawrence of the Manitoba Bison, currently sitting in first place in this event due to a count back. She should be able to secure that even further if she's able to clear this height.
Quentin Buscad from...
Oh! Great clearance from her. First clearance of the day over 166.
So the 2023 Pent champ will move on to the next height. Here's Rebecca Parker, 166. Oh, thought she had it there. Just clipped it on the later portion of her jump. She will move to her third attempt at this height as well. Season's best is 172 for Parker. Here's Jared Hendricks Pollock from Western, was the OUA gold medalist.
Big second attempt measurement coming in. Round 3, Robin Selkirk. Her third and final attempt at 166 coming up.
Selkirk helped the Western Mustangs win the OUA championship for the second year in a row with her prowess in multiple events. Here trying to raise the bar on her third attempt at 166.
Off she goes. Speedy jump, unable to do it. She will finish third in the high jump portion of the women's pentathlon.
We're going to take a look into the pit now. This is Noah Damash from Guelph. Beautiful form from Noah. Attacks that board. And they're going to say, waiting for the measurement here, 6'5", 9. 6:59 for Noah. Going to put him in 6th place with one more jump to go. Here's Parker, third attempt.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe, no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Sounded great, guys.
Anyway.
Yeah, just yeah, I'm waiting for some track events, but yeah.
Yeah, if we're in field and you want me to do
No, but yeah, you should.
okay.
Carrying it, like he's gonna tell you.
Okay,
Yeah.
for sure.
But if you're carrying it, throw it.
Just throw it. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
But yeah. Oh, welcome back. Throw to you. Yeah, I was talking to Brett. Yeah. Well, welcome us back. Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. Catch the best U Sports women's hockey teams as they face off in the 2025 Miller Waste Systems U Sports Women's Hockey Championship in Woolwich, Ontario. The action begins next Thursday, March 20th on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Now we'll bring back in Brett Hedges and Cole Hannum with coverage of the field events here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. We just saw Madison Lawrence clear 169. We are in the third round of jumps in the men's heptathlon long jump event. Emmanuel Deslitz from Western is currently in the lead with his third round jump of 679. Dejon Clark from Trinity Western just jumped in the pit there, as we see on our camera angle there. So here's Lawrence, looking to clear 169.
At this point in the day, she is competing against herself and points for a greater grand total. And she's over. More points will be added to her score to be tabulated at the end of the day. Highest score will win the medal gold. Game face for her in this replay. Big run up. Clear over the bar, no problem.
So Logan Koch from Saskatchewan on the runway for long jump, as Madison Lawrence will look to move up to 172. Clean jump in the pit from Logan Koch. Here is the Huskies multi. 5.85 is the mark for Logan Koch. He's currently in 13th place in the men's hep long jump. Bar has now been raised to 172. Unless I'm missing something here. Nope, this will be Madison Lawrence just competing against herself, like we said. Pardon me, there's a technical glitch with the performance board on the far side. Madison Lawrence is now going to attempt 175. So we saw her clearance at 169 and 172. Here's Max Mazerol from the Montreal Carabin, the RSCQ champ. Good jump there on his third round attempt. 175, the bar is for Madison Lawrence. Pardon me, Max Mazerol from Moncton Aigle Bleu. Pardon me, I got the blue jerseys mixed up. My apologies, Max. From Moncton, RSCQ champ. Just jumped 613. Sam Udding from Guelph is on the runway now for long jump, as Madison Lawrence will look to move up to 175. The performance board has now been updated. We're good to go there. Got the slow clap going for Sam Udding. Madison Lawrence looking over to the long jump pit saying, I'm going to wait.
There goes Sam.
Over toe.
Gets the red flag. That mark will not be measured. But Lawrence looking for a new season's matched best. First attempt, not quite yet.
Immediately looks over to her coach asking about her steps and her run up to that. So Sam Udding was an overtoe on his third round jump, but he is in fourth place in the competition. Manitoba Bisons hosted nationals last year, I believe. It was in Winnipeg.
Could have been.
Oh,
wasn't there.
Sorry. Madison Lawrence missed her first attempt at 175. We've got the women's pole vault event warming up for 6 o'clock, so those ladies are beginning to warm up already. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu from Sherbrooke on the runway now for Hep long jump. It's a good jump from Edouard. We'll take a look at it here. Good toe on the board. So for folks watching at home, that red line just on the other side of the toe board there, if their athletes go hit that at all, that jump does not mark. That is an over toe. So Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu jumped 6.84 to put him into 3rd place in the men's Hep long jump. On the runway now for Western. That's a good jump there from
Lawrence, Manitoba, 2nd attempt, and she's over. Oh!
Wow.
Making my correction there. That bar fell at the last moment. Let's watch this replay closely, see what may have happened there. Up over the bar, and I think that bottom heel came back and touched the bar just off.
She was about 98% over that bar there.
That's right. She will have one more attempt to still clear 175.
That jump that we just saw from Winston Clark from Western was 6.68, 6.62, pardon me. Here's Tristan Misha from Windsor on the runway, as Lawrence waits to jump for the 3rd time at 175.
This Lancer is currently sitting in 2nd place, hoping for an improvement.
And that's a good jump for Tristan in the pit. White flag goes up and he will get a measurement. Currently in 2nd place in the competition. Lost out on the OUA podium 2 weeks ago by 1 point to Sam Udding. Seven meters. I heard them say 7. 7.08 for Tristan Misha.
That will move him into 1st place in this competition. Maybe still a jumper or 2 to come.
Only a handful of athletes left in the long jump portion. Here's Madison Lawrence, 3rd attempt at 175. And it looked like she kind of hitched her step during her run up there.
Not meant to be today. We will see her and all the other athletes again in the shot put later tonight.
3rd and final attempt at 172. She is now taking the lead. Now she has a 66-point lead over Shalane Pritchard of Regina. And then just 5 points behind Shalane is Rebecca Parker from Guelph in 3rd place. So 2 events down in the women's pentathlon. We've got shot put, long jump, and then the 800 meter later. So Jared Hendricks Pollock from Western on the runway now. Here's Jared. That's a good jump too. So 685 is going to be the mark for Jared Hendricks Pollock. That's going to be a series best for him at 685. Only one more athlete to go here. So Noah Dimash from Guelph is going to be the last jumper at 6:59, his best so far. See what Noah can pull off here in the last jump of the Hep long jump. And that's a really good jump from Noah Dimash in the long jump pit. He's got to be close to 7 meters as well. The white flag goes up. It is good. So Noah's going to clap his hands. So Noah with a jump of 6:63 for Noah. He improves on his 6:59 from the second round. That'll put him into 6th place. So the winner of the the long jump event in the men's heptathlon is Tristan Misha from Windsor, and he'll pick up 833 points for that. Manny Deslitz jumped 7:01 for 816 points. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu from Sherbrooke jumped 6:86 for 781 points. And after 2 events in the men's heptathlon, well, they need to fix Jared's long jump. They've got it at 8:85. That was at 6:85, so that's going to change the scores a bit. So after 2 events, Tristan Misha has 17:01. Manny Deslitz has 16:84. We'll wait to see what Jared Hendricks Pollock's final score is once that adjustment is made on the scoreboard. We've got our pole vaulters warming up. That event's not going to start until 6 p.m. And of course, on the track, we're going to have things starting at 6 o'clock as well. This women's 60 prelims at 6. The men's 60 prelims right after that at 6:15. So it's going to get really busy in the field house here in the last portion of the day here.
Going to be electric. It's the start of a 3-day competition for both individual medals and a team combined medal at the end of the weekend. We're going to have to see, how people fend throughout this entire championship. Will there be, some people conserving energy for later events for higher point values? Or are we going to see people give it their all weekend long?
Activation. You see all the athletes getting around the track. They're starting to get moving. They're starting to get those muscles warmed up. How important is that to get in that right space? And what was your routine when you were competing?
Fair question. This is the U Sports National Championships. This is the top of the mountain. You really want to make sure you get a solid warm-up. Solid warm-up is the name of the game. I personally have some rituals that I perform, and maybe that's, finding a quiet corner where I can calm and collect myself and think about what exactly I want to execute when racing. But I think lots of athletes investigate tons of strategies. Some like the loud pump-up music that can help prepare them for a big moment they're hoping to have. But I think we'll see all sorts of different tactics today and tomorrow and even Saturday.
And you see the contrast in the athletes with headphones on, the ones who are mixing it up with their teammates. And as you mentioned, some people are more outbound with their emotions at this point in time. Some people introverted and trying to keep it all in check and really focusing. But spreading that out and recovering as well over the course of a 3-day weekend. There's anaerobic versus aerobic. And for a guy like yourself, that's an aerobic engine that's really cooking over the course of a 1,000-meter event. What's that recovery time look like for these guys, and how careful do they have to be when they're competing over the course of 3 days?
Great question. Right away, I'm starting to think of people who will be doubling or even tripling, hopefully not quadrupling, because that would be an enormous weekend. I think of some of the runners who could be running the 60-meter, potentially a 60-meter hurdle, and maybe having to double or triple back for a relay event in the 4x2 or 300-meter race with heats and finals. So right, lots of energy management. I think a big part of this will be team with cheering. That's going to help you get that little extra edge, but also some support staff for both food, energy, or even injury management, whether it's some sort of massage therapist or physiotherapy.
And nerves play a role in a weekend like this, and as well, it's sometimes hard to keep the food down, but the type of energy they're focusing on, right? Like a lot of carbohydrates and specific types of sugars that they're putting into their bodies so they can execute, and maybe a dose of caffeine before your race about an hour before it. Exactly. Right on the money. And comfort food is a really big thing. You don't want to be trying too many new foods the day of a national championship. All right, and just looking at them all here, can you pick out who's calm and who's going through it right now and who's got the nerves going? Oh, a little bit. I never do know for sure what's going on inside someone's head. But if I can pinpoint the athletes that have already raced today, maybe the Pent and Heptathlon athletes, when I individualize them, they've gone through 1 or 2 events already, with 3 and 4 still to come. And a team is comprised of field athletes and track athletes. If you look at them on the surface, a field athlete might look like a different species than a track athlete, right? Just the builds and the way that you guys train, everything you do is entirely different, but you're on a team. A lot like a football team where you guys are, or where a team would be offensive linemen, kickers, everything. But what's it like bringing it all together as a group for an event like this? You mentioned that a team will be something you rely on for motivation to push you through when you're tired. But what's that team environment like for track and field athletes? Pretty special. I like to think that this is a sport that we have to call our own, and it's a lot unlike anything else we see in Western culture. Track and field is, the hearts of many, and it is the best. You put yourself on the line in a throwing circle or toe-to-toe on a board in a jump pit, and it's your best, and only you can give that. You can't always rely on someone else to help you get there. And the numbers and the names through the course of a season, a 2-month indoor season, before that cross-country, you're tracking these names and numbers, the results and the people. Now they're jumping off the page, the monster's out of the closet. If you're seeing somebody who you haven't seen before and they're an animal and they're out there dominating over in Can West or Atlantic, and then you're in the OUA and you see them for the first time here at Nationals, something to psych you out, or is it more motivation? Great question. And to answer that, I think we should talk about how athletes got here today. And there's really 3 ways you could get here to the national championship. The first is to win your conference. There are 4 conferences throughout Canada. There's Can West, which is Western Canada. There is OUAs, which is Ontario. There's RSEC, which is Quebec and Greater. And then there is AUS, which is Eastern Canada. Any winner in any individual event will get an automatic ticket punched to make it to the U Sports National Championships, hosted in Windsor. There are 2 other ways to qualify, and both of these are on performance-based. All of the top 12 athletes in each individual event will auto-queue their way here, and then anyone who has hit a substantial performance mark, it will also be guaranteed. Yeah, and that goes up on the board. Some are auto-qualifying 2 months ago. Their first run of the season could have been what punched their ticket to be here. But then when they all do get here, you've got to hit that again. Like maybe your best time in the season was 2 months ago. But I know you're trying to peak for this stage of the season. What goes into a peaking regimen? I know there's a wind-down process. You're going to taper your training a little bit. But some teams that are running, or a runner that's doing a 3,000-meter race, what kind of kilometers are they logging in a normal week? And then to bring that down and taper down for an event like this. Yeah, no longer about longevity. We're now in the moment. This is the championship. You need to show up. One way you can do that is with a taper or peak performance. For a distance runner, as an example, they could be running a higher mileage for that individual. I'll throw out a number, 100 kilometers a week. That's what I would consider high mileage for people of this stage. They may do a quarter of that. They may do half of that in this final week as they prepare for this championships. And then they're just chomping at the bit like a dog in a cage, ready to get out there and move those legs, because the engines on these athletes, think about the heart rates they're hitting on a 1,000-meter effort. When you're cooking up there at heart rates that people couldn't imagine, the amount of exertion that's going in there. But to bring it all back to Windsor, you're a Lancer. 13th time that this school has hosted this event. Obviously, it's a place that means a lot to you. It's a place that means a lot to all these track and field athletes here. But what is so special about Windsor University, the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse, and the culture of excellence that is right here?
I really appreciate that Windsor is able to host this championship, not because it's home for myself, but also because it's a place of excellence, and we get to show off all of our Canadian talent. Here in the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse, we have a spot for every sport, every body type, every mindset, every individual. And they're going to be able to give themselves an opportunity to show their best to not only themselves, but their competition for their school colors.
And everything quiet right now as we await the opening ceremony at 5:55 when we'll hear the anthem, and then we'll have the 60-meter heats for both the men and women. Women first, so we're looking forward to that. And that's the anaerobic exertion, so they might be able to turn it around. And again, they will for the finals later on this evening. But a lot to look forward to today for sure. And the pole vaulters getting ready. And CB Sports is the home to university sports in Canada. The best U Sports men's volleyball teams will battle for the 2025 U Sports men's volleyball title on March 21st through 23rd at the University of Brandon. Catch the action exclusively on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. And some champions will be made here this weekend. We'll be back with more coverage from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here at the University of Windsor. It's the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Where exceptional student athletes are born. Where records are broken. Where great plays are made. Where school colors ignite passion. Where champions prevail. Where tradition is celebrated. Ontario University Athletics.
Feel every hit, goal, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline, immersing you in the game like never before, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. We deliver unparalleled simplicity and tailor-made digital broadcasting solutions crafted to make you feel every moment in a way like never before. Our passionate team ensures your message reaches audiences reliably every time. Proudly Canadian, we bring a touch of innovation and our passion to the world stage. ISI Live, be there.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. I'm Dan Malta alongside Cole Hannum. Brett Hedges up here as well. CBC Sports is Canada's home for university sport. The best university swimmers in Canada are in Toronto at the 2025 U Sports Swimming Championships. Daily coverage begins daily at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, with the heats followed by medal races at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. The 2025 U Sports Swimming Championships exclusively on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. And swimming, a lot like track, it's a more technique-based than it is raw talent. I know there is a crazy amount of raw talent that goes into it. It comes down to body type. It comes down to your ability just to utilize oxygen. But there are some things in swimming that you learn at a young age, and you take them through, and they just help you coast, and you see them fly in the water. It's really incredible. Same thing here with these track and field athletes. A lot of specialist skills, like pole vault. That's something you weren't doing at a young age, but running, something most people just grow up doing, right? They learn how to run, and some people find that technique and they just keep it rolling and turn it into pure excellence. But we were watching some field events earlier, and we've got some highlights of those, but we'll take a look at the heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. And this is something else as well. So the 33-inch hurdles in the 60-meter.
Oh, right away. See Montreal and Western out to fast 60 meters. This is a recap from earlier today. Heat 2 here. Quicker of the two heats. In the lead there would be Shelly-Ann Pritchard of Regina Cougars.
That'll be the fastest time from the heats at 8.30. As we see athletes continue to warm up around the track and on the pole vault, as we'll take a peek at the HEP 60 meter.
This is a flat-out 60-meter dash. First of 7 events for these gentlemen.
Jared Hendricks Polak from Western, 6.98 was the tops from the heats. And talking about the form on their heads stuck in one position, it's almost like they were on a steady cam, just their heads were not moving as they were going down that track at full tilt.
Yeah, tunnel vision for sure. Just want to get there as fast as they can.
And that's a different type of running than the type of running that you're used to. But we were just discussing this a little bit before break, what goes into training, what goes into adapting and adjusting to an environment like this. The form when you're sprinting versus the form when you're doing a 1,000-meter run or a middle distance race. I know it's different where your foot strike's going to be, the amount of times you actually hit the ground while you're running. For a guy who ran middle distance, what's the difference for somebody transitioning from sprinting into middle distance? What goes into the form?
Fair question. I'll start with long distance, as it's maybe easier to talk about. That's a lower heart rate race. You're going to have a lot more steps, and each step can be a little bit laxed. The perfection there is not going to be of solid importance. But then I compare that against something like a 60-meter race. Every step has significant importance. And if you're lacking in whether it's form structure or muscle mass or even just general power output, you are going to run slower or faster. And the higher you can increase each one of those factors, the better off of a chance you have to run a real solid time.
And training is different, of course, for the two of them. Distance runners, maybe not a lot of them like to go to the gym, but it's still important to go to the gym to prevent injury, whereas the sprinters, they're in there doing explosive lifts and trying to build those fast-twitch muscle fibers all the time. It really is incredible to see them move down the track like that. And normally, most people, they're going to be watching the Olympics. They're going to be seeing the 400-meter track. And we saw them warming up earlier today as well for 200-meter races, everything like that, curling around these tight turns. It's a little bit of a different beast as well. But we'll take a look at some high jump events from earlier in the day.
This is a recap from the women's pentathlon high jump. Right away we see Harrison of Alberta. Robin Selkirk, OUA pentathlon silver medalist from the Western Mustangs.
Her best jump at 1.63 meters.
Rebecca Parker, I believe she finished second place in the women's high jump pentathlon. Oh, great jump from her there.
That was at 1.63 as well.
Dalhousie Tiger, I believe that's Audrey Goudry.
at 1.6.
Parker back for a second jump. She was the OUA champion 2 weeks ago in Windsor.
Robin Selkirk again, second best jump at 1.63 when it was all said and done. And the best so far, Madison Lawrence from Manitoba. And this is the winner at 1.72 meters.
She had some terrific modifications to some of her jumps. I wouldn't say she struggled, but there were some technique issues at the lower heights. Really cleaned it up for a finished performance.
Incredible dexterity just to be able to do that. Most people approaching the bar would find a way to have an awkward, clumsy step into that. And more athletes getting tuned up, chatting with people they may have not seen for a full calendar year, going back to last year's U Sports Championships, and some that they may have trained with for their entire lives. And the concentration of talent across the country, it seems to be in Windsor, or pardon me, in Western this year. What goes into that as school and their dominance right now?
Oh, Western is a fierce beast to be contended with this year. And you know what? They have points everywhere. They may have 1, 2, or 3 athletes in each individual men's and women's events. And it's not about winning. Winning an event does give 10 solid points to a combined team score. But if they can pick up some of those lower points, you know, a 5, a 6, 7, or 8, those still count. Top 8 athletes in each individual event all contribute to a total team score. And they got plenty of bodies. You know, that's their game.
And they've really set up camp as well. They've got more of a presence than any school other than the Windsor Lancers here on campus, as they've set up that wall with what seems like some motivational messages for each of their individual athletes. A great way to build a nice team atmosphere. They're all over there together.
Yeah, sea of purple for sure.
And then last year, it was Guelph with the domination.
Guelph did do a repeat. Both men and women were champions last year. But OUA's was a different story, and they share a same conference. This year, Guelph only took one of the championships, where Western took the other. Have to see how that repeats here.
We are at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. I'm Dan Malta alongside Brett Hedges and Cole. And CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. The best U Sports men's volleyball teams battle for the 2025 U Sports men's volleyball title March 21st through 23rd from the University of Brandon. Catch the action exclusively on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. You can scan the QR code there on the screen for the schedule. And we'll take a look back at some long jump action from earlier in the afternoon.
Laval athlete making a big jump there. Sherbrooke athlete jumping also.
Yeah, that's right. That's Edouard Lavoie Beaulieu, the RSCQ champ.
There's a ring.
There's 600. Gonna have men's shot put in the heptathlon shortly. We got pole vault at 6 before the main schedule of events get underway here post 6 p.m. 14 athletes getting ready in the pole vault runway. And the specifics for the pole vault will be that the bar will be set at 305, and then plus 15 up until then the bar will go up 15 centimeters up until they get up to 380. Then we'll go 10 centimeters at a time. Then if we get past 410, we'll go up by 5 centimeters. So I believe our opening height will be 320 in the pole vault area there. The top athlete ranked in that field is Jennifer Elizarov from Guelph. She's the 2-time U Sports champion in this event. Rachel Grenke from Alberta is second, 422. Windsor Lancers pole vaulter Grace Elford won the silver medal in the OUAs, and she is in rank third with a personal best jump of 405. Got Ella Foster from York, Alexandra Thronson from Toronto, who's been competing in this event at the U Sports level since 2020. We got Linton Lamb from Guelph, Phoebe Skip from Western, Julia King from Western, Marley Verhove from Guelph, Rachel Gibson from Guelph, Erica Gibson from Guelph, Anna Fonseca from Trinity Western, and Julie Bortolato from McGill. So 14 athletes in that field. At the same time, the men's heptathlon shot put is underway, or is a couple minutes away. 13 athletes in this field. And it should be a lot of fun, a lot of pretty wide open, big points on the line here in the men's hep shot put. All right, let's welcome in our analysts. We've got Cole Hannum up here, and now joining us is U Sports running royalty, Sadie Jane Hickson, who put her stamp on these championships a couple times during her career. Sadie, thanks for joining us once again.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. We're excited to be here. Obviously, you're a distance runner, and you did some middle distance as well. But what is it specifically that you're looking forward to seeing maybe at the end of the night tonight? What are you looking for?
I would be lying if I didn't say that the 600-meter prelims are going to be incredibly exciting. It's always an opportunity for athletes to check something off their list, advance to that final, and then focus on Saturday. But overall, it's just we're going to see so much excellence in this sport. I mean, the athletes have been working all year for this, their coaches, their therapy. It's all coming to this point. And so I just can't wait to see the athletes show us what they're ready to do.
Yes, for sure. And, of course, we did the OUA Championships a couple of weeks ago, saw some fantastic performances. I want to say that we saw 9 OUA records getting broken. We saw some close performances in the weight throw earlier. Is there anyone off the top of your mind that think they might be on record break this year? Obviously, Max Davies broke 2 records at the U Sports Championships last year. He's got to be someone that we look at throughout the whole weekend.
I think some key athletes to watch are going to be those U Sports Major Award winners. So Kenneth West in the long jump. He's currently the triple jump record holder. Max Davies, Favorok Pauly. We also have Vivian Agor in the 60 meters who ran World Indoor Standard at OUAs 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. I think those are all going to be incredible athletes to watch compete.
Thanks for tuning in. Obviously, across the board here, obviously the 2025 BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV. Dan, what are you looking forward to seeing tonight from the field of athletes? So, almost 400 athletes here at the U Sports Championship.
I'm a big fan of watching people go the distance and turn themselves inside out. I just love that emotion on their faces, seeing just max exertion. When you're at the end of a 3,000 meter race or 1.5, the middle distance races, really enjoy that, and well, that might not work since it's not plugged in right now, but hey, I'll throw it back to you since my line's not working right now.
Appreciate it. We're going to get going hot and heavy here, 6 o'clock. Everything's going to be going all at the same time. We're going to have our HEP shot put. We're going to have our women's pole vault. Our athletes in the women's pentathlon are going to go to the far side of the field for Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the continuance of the 2025 BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's URTV. We'll be right back.
Hey, U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges, all up here in the Crow's Nest here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse. Sarah Saeed down at field level bringing us interviews from the athletes throughout this 3-day event. A showcase of peak human performance is really what we're seeing here over the course of the weekend. And Brett, would you like me to answer your question from earlier now?
Yeah, what are you looking forward to seeing tonight? Obviously, there's a lot of chaos going to happen throughout this afternoon and evening, but what are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I'll get back to it, but yeah, the middle distance races, when I just know that the people that we're looking at are feeling so much pain, and they're finding a way to go through it. I think it's that distance and longer distances up to stuff that wouldn't be in an event like this, like an 8,000 meter or anything beyond that, I find just exhilarating to watch and inspirational in a way, because not many people find that in themselves to go and push to that point, and then to be able to do it and to go run and do that distance, an achievement in itself for most humans, and then to turn that into like a 2-minute 20-second kilometer, like to put that into perspective for most people, if most people who are trained are really cooking and going as fast as they can, it's probably like a 4-minute kilometer, and to cut that in half, like what are we watching here, right? Like that's what makes it exciting for me. It's something that most people can't do. And then the skills and the power of the people throwing the weights around and the noises they're making, we saw that earlier in the day. It's like a war cry that sends a chill down your spine, and they're throwing a weight beyond the boundaries in some of these. It's pretty incredible. Yeah, it's just pushing the abilities that we're blessed with as people, to the limits, and that's what I really enjoy about watching these athletes here at track and field.
I couldn't agree with you more. The best way that I like to describe track and field to people is like, imagine we'll go with the nationals here. Let's imagine you got 400 of the best athletes in Canada. We're going to put them in a room, and we're going to say compete, right? And it's at every single stop, no matter what height, no matter what distance, no matter what round, it's competition. These are the best athletes that we have to offer. in U Sports. And just look at some of our athletes getting ready for track and field. I actually had a chance, I saw Dimash and Sam Udding talking to each other after the long jump, and Dimash talked to him. He said, it's all about just worry about yourself more than anything. Don't worry about anybody else. Like, 'cause Sam got third at the OUA Championships by a point. Worry about yourself, right? If you try to improve your performance by, say, 10%, or you try and get an extra 120 or 150 points out of that event, that's what it's all about. It's really about forgetting about what everybody else does and just focusing on yourself. So,
and in doing some research, Dawn Richardson Wilson, also national bobsled team in the Olympics, finished 8th at the Olympics in the 2-woman bobsled. That's something else, right? Like, these people, you talked about them being the best athletes, and especially those sprinters, the amount of power they can generate. To push a bobsled, then go down to something I would never consider doing.
Yeah, right? A lot of those transferable skills, right? And we've actually seen some throwers go into the bobsled as well, being the push people behind, and some people that are the sprinters may be the driver in bobsled, right? A lot of these transferable skills that we see these athletes partake in, some of them, they go to these training ground kind of sessions, and they get kind of identified as what kind of Olympic sport you could excel at, and that's what some of these athletes are transferring over to do. So a lot of fun, a lot of unknowns going into it. Obviously, we've got 10-15 minutes before pole vault, and that's one of these events where if these top athletes aren't on, it could be a bad day for them, and somebody that may be in 5th or 6th position overall could move up and get into a podium position based on someone else maybe faltering a little bit. So you always have to be on point, right? To steal a to steal a sports term from everybody, you got to be on point. Otherwise, it could be a long night for you. All right, let's take a look. We're going to take a look at some clips from the women's weight throw from earlier this afternoon. This is a star-studded field of athletes that really put on a show earlier this afternoon. Some of the top throwers in U Sports history in this field were taking place there. This is Janae Shomechuk. She had a seed mark of 1970 going into the U Sports Championship. Here's Chelsea McIsaac from Dalhousie. Here's Liv Sands, our bronze medalist. And she with a big throw there. Here's the championship throw right here. Jordana Badley Costello right along the sector line, 1945 to win on the final throw of the meet. She beats Shomechuk by 22 centimeters, and an absolutely thrilling competition there. And just a lot of dedication for those athletes to go into that event. So Jordana was the first champion of the meet. She wins the women's weight throw in a time of, with a distance of 1945. She had already set the facility record earlier this year with a throw of 1958, but she was very close to the U Sports record as well of 1966. We really thought that the championship record would be broken, and look at the exhilaration from her there. She was in second place for a majority of the competition, and she wins there with a throw of 1945 on the last throw of the competition. She was ranked first going into the final. Shomechuk beat her spot in the 4th round, so she was the last throw of the comp. She needed to beat 1923, and she did just that for U Sports Gold. All right, we're going to take a look at the Women's Championship hockey read in a few moments. Here's some more clips from weight throw. Jessica Jomfy from Ottawa. Here's Janae Shomechuk, our silver medalist. Another one of those big throws. That was her 1923. Here's Mikor Okai from Toronto. Lily Spuzak from Toronto, formerly of Dalhousie. We've got men's hep shot put. So the hep shot put getting underway shortly. About 9 minutes. We're going to have our national anthem in a couple of minutes as well before we get our 60 prelims underway. Cole, as someone who raced in the 4x800 meter relay, how excited are you for the prelims tonight?
I'm very excited. I think relays are a great definition of what track and field represents. And you know what? You get 3 of your other best friends to go out there with you and leave it all on the line.
In your experience with 4x8s, when you think of the 4x8, what meet, what moment comes up in your mind? Do you think of?
Oh, maybe 7 years ago, I was just a young first-year student running U Sports back in Windsor, and it was quite a thrill. You know, a first-year colt, I was an anchor leg, and I was way out the back, dreaming about what I could have done in future years, and that really kind of set the stage for athletes like myself and for them today. I hope it's as exciting as I remember it to be.
For sure, and of course, a number of different athletes and events are going to be underway in just a moment. The shot put are lining up for just their last warm-up throws. Pole vault has stopped warming up. The official has brought them to the infield, so to speak, and now we're going to have our national anthem. All right, welcome back. Nice, wonderful national anthem there to kick things off. The final 3 hours or so of competition. So we've got a number of athletes getting ready. 14 athletes in the Hep shot. All right, so some of our athletes are going to get introduced. So the athletes in the women's pole vault are getting their final instructions from the official. The men athletes in the heptathlon are getting just their final throws in. I want to say there's going to be 3 or 4 more warm-up throws before that competition gets underway. On the track, we're going to have the 60-meter prelims, just over the 60-meter prelims are going to be coming at 6 o'clock. And of course, in that field is going to be the top athlete in Canada, Vivian O'Cor, who set a an OUA record in the 60-meter dash 2 weeks ago. A number of amazing athletes in this field as well. As Den said, Dawn Richardson-Wilson competes in the bobsled for Team Canada as well. She's going to be in the 60-meter dash too. And of course, Gabrielle Cole, Gloria Etzem, a lot of these athletes that we saw at the OUA Championships a couple of weeks ago. Going to be a really stacked field in the 60.
Thanks, Brett. And CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. Catch the best U Sports women's hockey teams as they face off in the 2025 Miller Waste Systems U Sports Women's Hockey Championship in Woolwich, Ontario. The action begins next Thursday, March 20th on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. And yet, Vivian Ogor in the second heat of the 60 meter.
She was on fire 2 weeks ago. It wasn't even close. But we're getting our intros of our pole vault athletes along the runway there. That's Quinn Miller just got introduced from Toronto. Julia King from Western up on the runway. Some of the best athletes that you could get anywhere are in this women's pole vault field tonight. This is Anna Fonseca, who just got introduced. Rachel Renke come in. Renke, 422 is her seat mark. Rachel Gibson from Guelph as well. Skip from Western with a seat mark of 385. It's Atlanta. Guelph getting introduced now. Here's the Argus champ. Julie Toronto. Third athlete in this field. So a number of these athletes we've talked about her for 2 years now. Jennifer Elizarov, 4.30. She just continues to raise the bar for herself. She is the cause of this field, but Rachel Grinke right behind her at 4.22. Grace Elford from Windsor not too far behind as well.
Hard to see multiple school records from these ladies this year. Maybe a U Sports record.
And being introduced on the track now, Diana Proctor from Guelph, silver medalist at the World Athletics U20 Championship in the 400 meter in Edmonton, a year best 7:49 time at the 60 meter. Sarah Delude-Bellevance from Laval, 7:48 best, 4th place at the RSCQ finals. And then Julia Volet from Montreal, 7.5 is her best time of the season for the political science major. 2nd place at RSCQ. Georgia Olen from Calgary, the Dinos, 7.4 her best, ranked 3rd in U Sport, tied with teammate Dawn Richardson-Wilson. And then Sienna McDonald, ranked 12th in U Sports in this discipline, but triple U Sports champion last year, pentathlon, long jump, 60 meter hurdles, 2024 U Sports athlete of the meet from Airdrie, Alberta. Season best 7.52, and then Gabrielle Cole from Guelph, 7.23, ranked 2nd in U Sports. The Ajax native, certainly somebody to look out for in this race.
As these ladies enter the blocks, they are looking to finish top 2 in each heat, with the next 3 fastest times making the final 1 hour from now.
Everyone dialing in, catching their focus. Maybe a ritual, a motto is carrying them through this moment. Could just be a way to silence their minds. Cole in 6, McDonald in 5, Oland in 4, Valet in 3, Delude-Bellevance in 2, and Proctor in 1. They're off. Surging up the inside, it's Cole from the Guelph Griffins with the impact in the end wall as well. .39 the time for Gabrielle Cole.
Action underway in the infield, men's heptathlon shot put. 3 athletes have thrown. The first round throw, they just get 3 in this heptathlon field event. We had Noah Dimash throw 10.61, Tristan Misha from Windsor 12.20 flat, and Jared Hendricks Pollock at 12.81. The leader going into this event is Jared Hendricks Pollock. There's a throw from Logan Koch from Saskatchewan. And he will have his toss measure. There's Logan right there from USask. Our first athletes in the pole vault have not gotten on the runway yet. 12:35, the throw for Logan Koch in the men's shot put. I believe section 2 of the women's 60 meter are on the track now.
And Dawn Richardson Wilson just introduced, born in Ghana, hometown Edmonton, as we talked about a little bit earlier. Also on the 2022 women's two-woman bobsleigh team, ranked third in U Sports. Gloria Edom from U of T, 7.44. The Scarborough native ranked 5th in U Sports. Vivian Ogor from Waterloo, 7.22. Her best, an OUA record. Also holds the Western University record, ranked 1st in U Sports. Donna Tambu from Western. Also went to the University of Utah for track and basketball, then transferred to Northeastern University for the same before returning back to Canada. Amy Kandrlik from Guelph, 7.51, best time on the year for the third-year psychology student. Then Favor Akachua, 7.89 is her best on the season, the AUS champion in Cape Breton.
Top 2 times from this heat will also advance to the final with the next 3 fastest combined times. The time to beat today will be 7.55.
We'll keep our eyes on Vivian Ogor. The blistering best 7.22 this season. The Canadian record 7.19. And they're off. Ogar is taking the lead early, and she's just going to run home with this, easing off, crossing the line. An effortless looking 7.37 for Ogar.
Here's a replay. Vivian off and away. Really dominant as you see her come across this finish line. The finals will commence 1 hour from right now. I do have the results for who's going to be there. This is prior to any DQs or violations. Auto qualifiers are Vivian Ogor, Western, Gabrielle Cole, Griffins, Georgia Oland, Calgary, Donna Nintabu, McGill, and then time qualifiers are Diana Proctor, Griffins, Sienna McDonald, Calgary, and Sarah Dulonde Bellavance, and that concludes your final to come in 1 hour.
In the men's hep shot put, this is Quinn Cameron in the circle. We just saw Dejan Clark from Trinity Western throw 13.43 to take a lead in the first round. 5 more athletes to throw here in the opening round of the men's hep shot put event. Entering their circle now, Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan for his first throw of the men's hep. Solid throw for Jake as he exits the circle, and we'll get a measurement. So in women's pole vault, Julie Bortolato cleared 3:05 on her opening attempt, so they're going to move the bar up to 3:20. And it looks like it will be Julie that is the first to attempt 3:20 as well. A number of athletes are going to join the field after 3:20. Winston Clark getting his measurement in shot put. Jake Neufeld threw 11.77 earlier. And that's a good clearance at 3:20 from our athlete from Trinity Western, Anna Fonseca. Clears 3:20 on her first attempt. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu with his first throw. He looks to his hand right after he released it. Might have slipped on the release.
Still given the white flag.
Yeah, he'll take that opening measurement like we talked about. It doesn't behoove you to take a fault out the front of the circle if it's a good throw. Got to get points somehow. And he does a good job of keeping himself in the circle as well before walking out the back under control. So for our folks at home, the shot put, there's a toe board there. You can go up against the toe board. You cannot go over it. Cannot touch over it. You can hover over it, but you have to walk out the back half of the circle under control after it has landed. Here's Max Mazerol from Moncton. Good throw for Max, the AUS champ.
This is a replay of the women's pole vault. This bar was set at 3 meters, 20 centimeters. This is McGill's Julie Bortolato, and she's well over that bar.
Bortolato's seed mark was 346 coming into the championships. Sam Udding enters the circle now for the men's hep shot put. Sam Udding will gather himself and walk out the back of the circle for a measurement. The bar is going to be set at 335 now for women's pole vault. Sam Udding with a 10.97, his first round throw. So this is the first throw of the second round here. This is Guelph's Noah Dimash. And Noah with the left hand throw. Good glide. And gets a good mark there. White flag goes up.
And now on the runway for pole vault, we have Western's Julia King with her first attempt at a 335 clearance.
Here's Tristan Misha from Windsor, who was his second round throw.
We are through one round of the men's Heptathlon shot.
And Misha with a glide attempt there, gathers himself at the toe board and launches a good throw there.
Julia King is also up and over 335 for her first attempt. Let's take a look at that right now.
In second currently from Western is Jared Hendricks-Pollock with 12.81 meters.
Good clearance from King. She'll move on to the next height. So Tristan Misha with a throw of 12.48. So that'll move him into third place in the men's Hep shot put event. Now entering the circle is the OUA champion, Jared Hendricks-Pollock. Jared threw 12.81 in his first round, and he's going to get another good measurement there on the angle. On the runway now for Trinity Western, the Spartans. Anna Fonseca, her first attempt at 3:35.
Great height there, able to clear that bar.
Fonseca will move on. In the shot put, here's Logan Koch. Yeah, that's a good throw for Logan. Logan's first round throw was 12.35. And a cheer goes up in the crowd as some of our 60-meter athletes are getting settled here. On the runway is Gibson. And Gibson unable to clear 3:35 on her first attempt. Manuel Deslitz with a good glide across the circle, generating speed and throws right into the heart of the infield. Manny threw 11.93 in this first round throw. That looks to be pretty similar. 11.56 for Manny, who we will see in the individual pole vault event as well on Saturday.
On your screen now, you're looking at Phoebe Skip of Western Mustangs. First attempt, 3:35.
All right, and now the 60-meter athletes are on the track. Take it away, Dan.
Yeah. Best ranked third for the Milton native. Aaron Thompson from Western University, 6.77 season best. Gabriel Monpoint from Montreal, 6.72, ranked fifth. We might have the wrong heat here. Emmanuel Onyema, yes, from Western in lane 6.
Travis Campbell is the 2025 OUA silver medalist. Aaron Thompson is the 2025 U Sports Track and Field Community Service Award winner, and Emmanuel Onyema was a 2023 silver medalist in this event.
And we'll keep our eyes on Travis Campbell from Guelph University, fourth-year student from Milton, ranked third coming into this event. The best time so far this season for the athletes in this heat. And they're off. Coming down the inside. Guelph is going to take it. Or is it going to be? Yes, Campbell. 6.67. Just a fraction off his best of the season.
Travis Campbell, 6.67, Aaron Thompson from the University of Western Ontario.
Thompson coming in second, and we have a tie, 2.669s.
That's why we gave the big bucks to the camera.
Onyema and Thompson.
Holding down third, let's see if that holds up.
Oh, that's tight.
It's the same, yeah. It's 6.69.
And that's a bummer because one of those guys isn't going to auto qualify, right?
And you can see them shrugging their shoulders down, still celebrating, but and pointing at the results is Aaron Thompson from Western.
On the runway now, Erica Gibson from Guelph. Going to take her first attempt at 3:35. She clears with ease, and she'll move on to the next height in shot put. We've had a number of athletes go. Oh, we had our 60 meters there. When Cameron threw 11:33, we had Dejon Clark throw 13:56 to take a bigger lead in this comp. Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan in the circle now. 11:77 his best so far. He's in 6th. And Neufeld will walk out the back of the circle after his second round jump or throw.
In lane 1, from the University of Guelph, Keon Rude.
Rachel Gibson
In lane 2, he is
from Guelph, second attempt at 3:35.
Time of 6.97 seconds, representing the University of New Brunswick.
And she clears it on her second attempt. The previous jumper was Erica Gibson from Guelph.
And as we take a peek back over for Heat 2, the men's 60 meter, Keon Root from Guelph. Calgary native, season best 6.77. Jackson Banks from UNB Reds, season best of 6.97. Storm Zablocki from Regina, Jordan Sufi. That's who we're watching out for. Ranked number 1 coming into the competition. And Manitoba Bison, 6.64. Best on here, Tyrell Davis, also from Manitoba, 6.74. 100-meter PB of 10.32. And Rabi Masatapa from Montreal, 6.74 season best.
Jordan Sufi is the 2024 U Sports champion in this event, and his teammate Tyrell Davis was the U Sports silver medalist, also in 2024. This heat, we also have the AUS champion Jackson Banks and the U Sports Rookie of the Year Keon Rude. So this is a really stacked heat for everybody here.
Really exciting heat and different milestones that these athletes are looking for. First year, you're trying to keep up with these guys, maybe take a piece out of them, show them that you're here. But Sufi, he's going to want to assert his dominance here. Tyrell Davis, his teammate, might have something to say about that. Some friendly competition goes a long way.
Lane 1, Rude. Lane 2, Banks. Lane 3, Zablocki. Lane 4, Sufi. Lane 5, Davis. And lane 6, Bossatampin.
And we wait for the gun. Out the blocks. And Sufi with the lead. Davis right there with them. Coming through to close it out with Sufi. Zablocki looks to have crossed the line second. Oh no, Rude.
6.70 for the Canada West champion.
Sufi, Zablocki, Davis, 6.7 the time for Sufi. Zablocki 6.71. Davis 6.73 as we take a look at them crossing the line here.
Zablocki's no stranger to this event. In 2023, he was the U Sports bronze medalist.
The University of Manitoba, Jordan Sufi. From University of Regina, Storm Zablocki.
Turning our attention to the infield, we've got the men's hep shot put getting into its third round now. We just had Max Mazerol. There as we see the performance from the men's 60-meter second heat.
For tonight's final, which is scheduled to go at 7:10 p.m.
Max Mazerol's throw of 11.67 will put him into 8th. There's Samuel Udding,
Next up on the track,
the OUA bronze medalist.
Third attempt, Julia Bortolato, McGill, 3:35 and gets a red flag. She will exit this competition.
In the women's 600 meters. We'll get some skill-limit updates.
So Bortolato from McGill exits the pole vault. Here's Noah Dimash, the last throw of the second round in men's hep shot put. The OUA silver medalist 2 weeks ago behind Jared Hendricks Pollock. Noah with a throw of 10.94 so far. Looking to improve on that to get some more points. 10.99 on the opening throw of the third round. So Noah kicks it off. Now he's got a 10.99. Here's Tristan Misha from Windsor, the seniors slapping the boards for the last throw of this round. Misha glides across the circle, and that's a big throw for Tristan.
Sounded like an engine backfiring.
So 12:48 was his best prior to that.
We are in the third round.
12:82 would put him in front of Jared Hendricks Pollock. So 12:68. 12:68. That'll keep him in third. Here's that glide. Good plant with that left foot. Comes through with the rest of his body. Good extension on the release. That's a good throw for Tristan Misha. Here's Jared Hendricks Pollock with a big throw. Nice arc on that one. 12:82, his best so far. DeJean Clark from Trinity Western leading the comp with 13:56. Bar is now set at 350 in the women's pole vault.
First woman to attempt this height will be Quinn Miller, Toronto Varsity Blues.
Jared Hendricks Pollock, 12:45 on his third round throw. Logan Koch in the circle for Saskatchewan. Here is Toronto down the runway. Quinn Miller. And a good clearance on 350.
A little bit of excitement on her face as she cleared that.
So Logan Koch from Saskatchewan looking to improve his standing. He's at fourth place right now. 12:48 or better would move him into third. Sorry, 12:68 or better would move him into third. $12.83 for Logan Koch, and he will move into second place and bump down Jared Hendricks Pollock into third and Misha into fourth. So Logan Koch with a big throw in his third round. Here's Manny Deslitz. 11:93 his best so far. Good speed through the circle.
More Western for you. Julia King, women's pole vault, first attempt at 350 on the runway. And she's well over that bar.
Good extension. She got to the second half of that vault. Makes it look easy. We'll move on to the next height. Quentin Buscad from Laval. $12.36, his best so far. And Quentin will walk out the front of the circle on his third round throw. So he'll finish with a best of 10.36, and he will pick up 507 points for his effort. Here is the event leader, DeJean Clark, for Trinity Western, going to enter the circle shortly. Also from Trinity Western on the pole vault runway, Anna Fonseca. First attempt at 350 coming up. And here's DeJean Clark's third round throw in the Hep shot put. He leads the comp with 13.56. Fonseca unable to the DeJean Clark third round throw is going to be a fault. All right, let's send it down to Sarah Saeed down at the track for an interview.
Vivian, you finished first in your heat for the 60-meter race. 7 p.m. finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, like confident. I'm very used to running at this track, so I'm feeling very comfortable. Like I always run fast here. This is like, we always come here for meet, so yeah, this is like essentially like our home track. So like I'm feeling really good, confident. I'm ready to run fast and like do something really crazy in finals. So I'm really excited and I can't wait.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Vivian O'Gore's time there, the 5th fastest in Canadian history, and the only person this year to run it faster, Audrey Leduc.
So she's pretty good.
Yeah.
We just saw one of our throws in shot put there. Here is Gibson from Guelph. Rachel Gibson.
She's one of the 4 Guelph Griffins competing in the women's pole vault today. Plenty of points to pick up there.
In shot put, this is Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan. As we see Phoebe Skip from Western with a good clearance. And that's a big throw from Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan.
Jake Neufeld was the Can West Community Service Award winner for 2025.
Congratulations to him. 350 the bar as we see Phoebe Skip. Clears on her first attempt. We have had 4 athletes clear on their first attempt at 350. Four more to attempt this height for the first time. Winston Clark from Western in the circle now. Winston going with the rotational shot put throw. Throws it along the sector there, the right sector line. As Linton Lamb from Guelph unable to clear.
Next up on the track.
Here's Clark. Goes to the right of the sector. And that'll be his 3rd round throw. Just a couple of throws left in the men's Hep shot put. And the bar is at 350 in the women's pole vault event.
Getting set for the 600-meter first heat for the women as well. I got a question for Sadie Jane Hickson first. Sadie, Isabel Gouvet, is she not going to spikes in this event?
She is wearing spikes.
Spikes, just a big cushion on there?
Yeah, these are the New Balance MD spikes. They're very popular. You see athletes like Gabby Thomas wearing them in the 200. You see women wearing them in the mile. They're a really versatile spike that I think you'll see them on a few other athletes this meet.
More of a rocker shoe than the other that looks like they're on flats with all the heel drop down to the bottom. Okay.
They're a bit more aggressive than the Dragonflies that a lot of athletes also choose to wear.
Getting set for this one. And yeah, looking at in lane 1, Isabel Gouveia from Windsor Lancers, Grace Cook from the River Pandas. In lane 2, Tatum Wade from the University of Calgary, Avery Pearson from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Amy Stay from Lakehead Thunderwolves, and Elizabeth McDowell Mitchell from Victoria Vikes.
This is really a star-studded heat here. We have Avery Pearson. She's the Can West champ and the female track athlete of the year for Can West. She's run the 2nd fastest indoor 600 meter for a Canadian, and she's a 2024 silver medalist as well as the 2023 silver medalist in this event.
Pearson ranked 2nd coming into this. Stay from Lakehead in 3rd.
This is going to be a 2-turn stagger, meaning the athletes will stay in their lanes until they come around 2 corners, and then they can cut in at the start of the home stretch, and they can finish the race running in whatever lane they would like.
And 3 laps of this 200-meter track. And they're off. Gouveia on the inside. A little bit demoralizing starting on the inside. You start on the inside of this turn, you got to get out there and catch up to everybody, and they will close up coming around this bend as they head back towards us.
Amy Stye has made up her stagger already on the Vic bikes, but coming into the home stretch, coming in to the first 200 is Avery Pearson of the Saskatchewan Huskies.
Pearson tucks in, takes a turn on the front. A race like this, getting on the front could mean everything.
Pearson, Stye, Wade, McDowell Mitchell, Gouveia, and Cook.
You see Gouveia making a move to the inside as they come back around this bend, trying to pass on the inside, avoid running those extra meters. Gouveia trapped behind 3 right now.
Continues to be Pearson though, heading into the bell lap. It looked like a 58-second 400.
A little bit of a gap developing as well. Did Pearson send it too early? As things are tightening up, coming around into the final bend. Pearson holding the lead strong, keeping her form, and just a surge to the end here. Pearson is going to take heat 1.
Incredible heat there. Athletes are looking for a top 2 finish with next fastest times to qualify for the final on Saturday.
McDowell Mitchell coming in second, Stye in third. 131.03 final for Pearson. And we are geared up for Heat 2 now. In this one,
a men's heptathlon shot put event has finished up. The winner of that event was Dijon Clark with 13.56. He picks up 700 points. Logan Koch in second, Jared Hendricks Pollock in third. We'll go over all of those at another time.
Laura Desjardins from Sherbrooke in lane 1. Haley Nelson from the Western Mustangs in lane 2. Ruby Radovich from the Guelph Griffins in lane 3. Favor Okpali, ranked number 1 coming into this competition from the Western Mustangs. Marie-Frédérique Poulin from Laval in lane 5, and then Shelby McIsaac of the UNB Reds in lane 6.
Not only is Favor ranked number 1 coming into this event this year, she is the returning U Sports champion. She's also the facility record holder with her run of 1 minute 27:35 from OUA's 2 weeks ago. So she'll be looking to take down that U Sports record of 127.63.
There's a good clearance at 350 for Erica Gibson on her second attempt.
As we hear the Western crowd cheer for Okpali.
Earlier this morning, Okpali was also awarded the U Sports Female Track Athlete of the Year honor.
And you yourself, a former OUA Track Athlete of the Year?
I am, yes.
So quickly following up Heat 1 with Heat 2.
Sherbrooke in lane 1, Western in lane 2, Guelph Griffins in lane 3, Western in lane 4, Laval in lane 5, and University of New Brunswick in lane 6.
Going to reset here.
Worth mentioning Ruby Radovich, OUA Rookie of the Year last year from Windsor, competing for Guelph.
Let's try this again.
Runner set and off.
At OUAs, we saw Favor Okpali take the race, gun to wire, or gun to tape. We'll see if she does the same thing, much like Avery Pearson did in Heat 1.
Coming around, looks like she's going to take it right now.
The athletes will be looking for the top 2 spots for the auto qualification. It's Marie-Frédérique Poulin who's running very tight to Favor Okpali.
Poulin keeping a tight gap to Okpali. Followed by a bunch behind with one surging.
Hallie Nelson of Western looking to get a bit closer to her teammate Okpali. Looks like Radovich and Shelby McIsaac had a bit of a bump there.
And now coming around, Radovich trailing going through this. Okpali holding on to the lead in the bell lap. Nelson has fallen off a little bit. Poulin doing her best to keep pace with Okpali. Even picking up some ground here on the back stretch. Bringing it around the corner. Okpali with Poulin.
It's the OUA champ versus the RSEQ champ coming into the home stretch here.
You can see some pain on the face of Poulin as she's pushing it to the limit. Okpali as well. She'll take Heat 2. Time 1:29.74.
For Favor Okpali, 1 minute 30.34 pour Marie-Frédérique Poulin. Les deux autres qualificateurs pour la finale de celle-ci, two auto qualifiers.
About a meter and a half to close that out.
Favor Okpali from Western,
Take a look at the official results.
Poly, the only athlete in the prelims to dip under that 130 mark with a time of 1:29.74.
In her season best, 1:26.30.
And worth noting that Ruby Radovich did not finish the race. She's a DNF.
2 minutes at 6:45.
We'll be right back with more coverage of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse on the University of Windsor campus.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Hey you sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe, no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. The best U Sports women's volleyball teams head to Hamilton for the 2025 U Sports Women's Volleyball Championship, March 14th to 16th. Catch the action exclusively beginning March 16th on CBC Gem, CBCSports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. And guys, so far, just going to poll the room here. What has stood out the most as far as these performances we've seen throughout this day one?
For me, seeing some of these multi-athletes putting up some big numbers early in the competition to set the bar, so to speak. We saw DeJean Clark with a big number in the men's shot put. That's going to help him a lot in the standings. Looking forward to seeing how that kind of transfers over to day two, from my perspective.
I'll go out and say it. I'm a big fan of the women's 60-meter race. We saw Vivian O'Gore lead the charge, break the barrier, and have an interview. Knowing her potential, we could see her in a final later on with some big numbers.
For me, so far, it's been the women's 600. Two of the fastest women in Canada ever over 600 meters, Faber Okpali and Avery Pearson. We're going to see them go head-to-head in the final Saturday after leading their respective heats. Right.
Family is watching everybody, but they've got their benchmarks. They're hitting what they need to hit and executing.
In the pole vault now, the bar is at 365. This is Alexandra Thronson. She actually won the U Sports Championships back in 2020 in this event. So looking to get back on the podium there. Alexandra clears 365 on her first attempt. During those races, we saw Julia King clear 365. Grace Elford cleared 365. Quinn Miller unable to clear her first attempt at 365. And Anna Fonseca at 350 got her third attempt at 350. This is our most previous athlete, Alexandra Thronson. And I can always tell when she's in the field because she always got the ribbons in her hair. So 365, she's got a lot more in the tank there. But this field is pretty stacked in the women's pole vault, so we could be here quite a while, everybody. Still 10 athletes. Entered. Ella Foster will be the last athlete to attempt 365. So this is Anna Fonseca from Trinity Western.
That was a run through in her second attempt at 365. We'll see her again one more time for a third attempt.
Just her first, pardon me. Yes. So we're getting our athletes need their second attempt. Oh, we're going to have Molly Verhove, or Rachel Gibson, sorry, from the Guelph Griffins. And in the meantime, we've got some action on the track.
And the men's 600-meter prelims. Tyler Sharp from the Alberta Golden Bears in lane 1. Alejandro Savetta from the Manitoba Bisons in lane 2. And then from UAB, Clay Gradich in lane 3. Ben Tilson, hometown Windsor Lancer in lane 4. Alonzo Ryan from the Guelph Griffins in lane 5. And Zach James from the Dalhousie Tigers.
Ben Tilson was the 2025 OUA champion, and he'll be going up against the 2025 AUS silver medalist, Zach James, who also happened to be the 2024 silver medalist in this event.
Alonzo Ryan from Guelph, one of the athletes of the week throughout the season, beating Guelph's 600-meter program record with a 1:17.44. 9th fastest run in Canadian history in PB by more than a second and a half. Put that in context for us, for a runner. A second and a half in a 600-meter run as a PB.
That's an insane amount of time. I mean, these athletes in the rankings are separated by tenths of seconds. And to PB by a second and a half is just a huge margin. We should note that 14 men ran the auto-qualifying standard in this event this year, which is also an insane number of men.
And if you remember from 2 weeks ago, Ben Tilson and Alonzo Ryan had an incredible race in the 600 final.
And they're off. Ryan in lane 5. Good kick off the start as he's already picking up on Zach James in lane 6 of the Dalhousie Tigers. Ryan looking to hop into the lead here coming around the bend. As they come back into frame. Here's some noise being made here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse. That's Ben Tilson getting right in the mix. Zach James leading, coming around here on the second lap. Ryan in 4th. Gradich from UAB, right there in pace with Ryan. Surging around the outside, Savetta. Back in front, Windsor, Ben Tilson. You can see people cheering him on.
Looks like Ben Tilson is not going to leave anybody's race.
Tilson holding on, digging deep. Here in this final 40 meters, Tilson, he's going to take this one, takes a peek over his shoulder. And the Fieldhouse erupts.
Fun fact to note there.
As Ben Tilson takes heat 1.
Fun fact to note there, as we saw Ben Tilson and Alonzo Ryan go 1-2. Both of their fathers used to compete against one another in the 600 meters at U Sports a long time ago.
Official time, unofficial time, 1:18.72.
So it looks like the OUA gold and silver medalists will take the top 2 spots in this heat. The final 50 meters was very close for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place.
Some excitement amongst you two, the Guelph Griffin and Windsor Lancer, perhaps.
That's a good point.
Yes. And some rock star times coming through. I don't want to say that these guys are anything but slouches.
Next up on the track, this is the second.
And as we get set for Heat 2, somebody who probably just watched that one and said, wait and see what I can do, Dawson Mann in lane 4 from Manitoba. Eric Campbell, though, in lane 1 for the Guelph Griffins. Take a look at a shot put.
Yeah, warm-up underway for the women's hep shot put. That's going to start at 7 o'clock. We've got the
Manitoba Bison, as I mentioned. Top spot is take a look at more field action.
Ella Foster, great clearance there. She moves on.
And Tate O'Brien from the Victoria Vikes. Michael Hussey, Saskatchewan Husky, and Dan Lord from the Dalhousie Tigers in lane 7.
Dan Lord is our 2025 AUS champion, and he will be running against Thomas Pelledo, the 2025 RSEQ champion. But as you said, Dawson Mann is our man to watch. He was bronze in this event last year.
He came up just short of the podium in 2023, bronze medal last season. 600 meter PB of 1:17.97 at the Athletics Manitoba Last Chance meet. A lot of lead changes in that opening heat as well amongst the pack.
It was very exciting. We saw some athletes have to navigate getting boxed in and then swinging wide to make a move. Alonzo Ryan, who ended up second in that heat, was maybe out in lane 3 coming down the final stretch.
And then pulled it back together, finish in second as the runners take their marks. And we're moving. As Sadie mentioned, we've got our eyes on Dawson Mann. And poised, moving down that back stretch. Upper body not moving at all. It's all legs for Mann as he kicks it around the corner. As they fall into the inside lane, Mann in second.
Dan Lord from Dalhousie leading.
24:15 opening lap for Lord. Michael Hussey closing in third.
I noticed just how bunched up these athletes are. I can see some arms come out potentially, maybe a big kick to separate. Just over halfway done now.
And what's that telling you about the bunch?
Someone's got to go. You don't want to lead this to a chance. And as I say that, Mann goes to the lead.
Mann is taking the lead. Dan Lord, the rest of the pack falling back as Dawson Mann is separating himself from the group. Keeps on building, and that is growing as he comes around. Looking to close this thing out, getting some cheers from the crowd. And Dawson Mann eases up a little bit for a casual 1:18.88.
That was a Can West 1-2-3 in this heat.
Tate O'Brien coming through in second, Michael Hussey in third. Dan Lord grabs fourth, Eric Campbell in fifth.
Looks like Michael Hussey will just miss out on that qualifying spot for the final on Saturday. It's a very competitive field of athletes here. Dawson Mann taking that heat with a time of 1:18.53. That is our fastest qualifying time of the evening.
And probably with 10 meters left, pop the parachute.
Yeah, don't do any more work than you have to do. He can check that box off. He's qualified for the final. Time to focus on his other events.
Back to the pole vault.
Thank you. Rachel Gibson going to attempt her second attempt at 365. We just saw Anna Fonseca from Trinity Western clear 365. It looked like almost her whole body grazed the bar as it was going over, but it did not wobble or fall off, so she moves on to the next height in this one. And now it's Rachel Gibson from Guelph. Second crack at it. Very good clearance there for Rachel Gibson. And then the bar after this height will move up to 380. And then we will get some of our higher ranked athletes going to enter the fray. They gave her a red flag on that pass. Yep, let's take a look at it once again. Rachel Gibson from Guelph. Initially, Windsor Timing put a clearance on that, but
let's watch the pole here as she releases. Does it fall back and hit the bar? And I do see it standing there. So it would have rested on that long green bar and then slid off. That would be a disqualification of the height. She will have to come back for a third round unless it's appealed.
Okay. Great breakdown, Cole, as we see our next athletes getting ready for their first attempt at, sorry, this is going to be Rachel Gibson. This is going to be Molly Verhoeven that's going to go next. I believe they're still deciding whether or not they're going to allow that clearance from Rachel Gibson. It looks like the Guelph Griffins coach is over there talking to the officials.
Yeah, and we can talk about that some more. Maybe that's a tough pill to swallow. The athlete was over and above the bar, free and clear. It was just a matter of the pole used to launch resting against the clearance bar.
Because what you're taught is once you go over, you got to push that bar away from the horizontal bar.
Yeah, you're right, Brett. That's what they're hoping for. We'll have to see how this is decided upon.
Yeah, so has been no official word yet. Molly Verhoeven has gotten off of the runway. That's Anna Fonseca in the blue jersey, right behind some of our U Sports volunteers in their bright green shirts. Thank you to all of our volunteers making this happen this weekend. So the officials, you can see them chatting with one another about the previous attempt. So I believe the person with the red armband, that's the umpire, correct? Or is the appeals official?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so in a couple of minutes, the women's pent shot put is going to get underway. That looks like that's going to get right underway at 7 p.m. The pole vault is going to continue. We have some of our best athletes in this field have yet to enter, so lots of more action in that to come along later. And then we're going to finish things off with the women's pent long jump at 8, the men's hep high jump at 8, and of course we're going to finish off with the women's 800 to finish off the pent.
And coming up at 7 o'clock, some of our viewers on the Cogeco network across Ontario, if you're in an OHL market, you're going to be picking up your hockey team's game. So if you're in Peterborough, it's going to be the Pete's game showing up as they take on the Ottawa 67s. If you're in Windsor, that's going to be coming up at 7 o'clock as well. They're taking on the Kingston Frontenacs, so 3 East Division teams, and then 1 West Conference team in the Windsor Spitfires. If you like to continue watching this, you can switch over to CBC Gem for continuing coverage. If you're already watching there, you don't have to do anything unless you want to go watch some hockey. Yes, but this is pretty exciting action here for sure in Windsor.
So it seems as though the appeal, we're going to get Natalie Thirsk for the ambulatory, pardon me.
Yeah, 60 meter.
Let's head down to the track for the 60-meter ambulatory. Okay, so they did give Rachel Gibson the good clearance at 365. Molly Verhoeven will be the next athlete to go.
Just waiting to get her eyes on Natalie Thirsk. And there's the gun. Thirsk flying down the lane. Gets right through. An impressive run for Thirsk from Western. 8.79, a great time. And she looks pretty happy with that one.
Unofficially, your T30 ambulatory gold medalist at U Sport. Reminder that medal ceremony.
So 365 still the height in women's pole vault as we congratulate Natalie Thirsk on her U Sports championship in the 60-meter ambulatory. Molly Verhoeven just cleared 365 on her second attempt at that height. Women's Hep shot put still a ways away from starting up. That's going to be 3 rounds of throws there, so 3 rounds of 14, so 42 throws.
And there's Natalie Thirst's official time of 8.79, which, great time. She got down there, looked more than pleased with the result. And when you come out of this, that's kind of the big thing. Are you happy with yourself? Are you happy with how you did? So absolutely Thirst is, and yet we are about to throw in some markets to some OHL hockey. If you're watching on CBC Gem, don't worry, we're going to stay right here. If you're watching on cable in Peterborough or in Windsor or in Kingston, you're going to be moving along to your respective Ontario Hockey League games. And still a ton of action coming up this evening. It carries on over the next 2 days. We will have the 60-meter finals coming up, though, for both the men's and women's. So we're going to have some serious emotion in the building as people pick up some gold medals. But we'll be right back with more coverage of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
The 2025 BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Your TV, brought to you by the Government of Canada, Nike, Fox 40, Veraburn Medical Supplies, Baron Rings, and by BioSteel.
We're back just in time for the start of the 60-meter final. They're off. Coming up the inside, taking the lead. O'Gore! Hands in the air. She's a champion.
What a way to start Vivian's weekend with a gold medal performance in the women's 60 meters.
Just off her personal best of 7.22, 7.23.
Gabrielle Cole from University of Guelph. And Donna Tambu from McGill.
Coming through in second, Gabrielle Cole, the Guelph Griffins, 7.32. Donna Tambu from McGill, 7.34. Georgia Oland from the University of Calgary, 7.43. Sarah Delude-Bellavance from Laval, 7.47. Sienna McDonald, the 7.47 as well. Then Diana Proctor, 7.57. And watching Vivian Ogor celebrating right now, you can tell how much that means to her. And she dealt with a lot of injuries this season, hamstring, foot, Achilles problems. That has a lot to do with running, right, guys? Getting over those injuries, like getting to this point, load management, like power it back a little bit and let my body heal. Take me through the psychology of that. No, both of you have surely been there. But then you get to this achievement, you climb that mountain, you get over your injuries. That roller coaster, what's it like?
Absolutely deterring. You know, you don't want that any time for anyone. So to see her deal with these hurdles, for fact of a better word, and then to break through and win the gold medal, that's just spectacular. Wishing her all the best there.
Vivian's done an excellent job to upgrade her silver medal from last year to gold this year. And as you said, working through those injuries, she just had to have faith in herself, in her coaches, in her fitness, and she's done a great job here today.
Before we throw it back to Brett, she had a quote earlier in the year when she was one of the Under Armour U Sports Track and Field Athletes of the Week. I would love to be the 60-meter champion as well as get the U Sports 60-meter record. Close. I definitely feel it's possible for myself and within my reach. I know I can run even faster, and I'm sure she can and will one day.
Oh, I'm not sure we're done with her this weekend. She'll probably hop on a couple of relays.
As we turn our attention into the infield, there's Holly Harrison for Alberta. We've got the women's pent shot put event. We're in the first round there. We are still, the bar has been set to 380 in the women's pole vault event. On the runway now for Alberta is Rachel Grenke. This is going to be her first attempt at 380. She's our second-ranked athlete with a best of 422. Holly Harrison threw a 1031 in her first round shot put throw. Here's Allison Edwards of Calgary, last year's U Sports bronze medalist. Lost out on silver by 1 point to Rebecca Parker. And that's a good throw for Allison in the opening round. That is the fifth athlete to complete a throw in the first round here. Robin Selkirk threw 1140. Holly Harrison 1031, 1019 for Rebecca Parker, and 954 for Sarah Feschuk.
On your screen now, Rachel Grenke, Alberta Pandas. She's entering the competition at a height of 380, first attempt. All the way up, and she's good.
So once again, we've got the bar.
Oh, the pole is resting on the jump bar. We'll have to see how the officials adjudicate this a second time.
Okay, so the white flag has gone up. That's Riley Robitaille's first round throw in women's pent shot put. That's the second time we've seen the pole rest on the clearance bar. The bar is at 3 meters 80. Rachel Grenke, as we said, the Can West champion, just cleared 380 on her first attempt. Riley Robitaille from Windsor in the pent shot put through 901. Back on the runway.
That'll be Rachel Gibson. Her first attempt at 380. And that's our run through. That's going to get her the red flag, unfortunately.
So Gibson will reboot and have a second attempt at 380. Here is Shalane Pritchard. And that's a big throw for Shalane. She will actually be competing in the regular shot put competition on tomorrow night. She's ranked 4th in the country with a best throw of 1375. Phoebe Skip on the runway for Western in the women's pole vault. And Shalane from Regina with a throw of 13:58. Here's Phoebe Skip from Western. Unable to clear that height. Looked like she kind of hiccuped a little bit on her step before she went to go plan. It looked like she almost slipped on the pole a little bit. She's talking to her coach. I think that left hand might have slipped a little bit. Here is Madison Lawrence from Manitoba with a good throw.
You're right. Phoebe Skip did struggle a little bit with getting up. I wonder if that's going to be a depth issue, something she can certainly talk to her coach about.
So in the infield, Lawrence, after she won the high jump portion of the event, that event with 172, unable to clear 175. 1071 on this throw from Madison Lawrence. And we just had a clearance at 380 in the pole vault. We'll stick here with Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie, the Atlantic champion, with her first round throw there. That was Linton Lamb previously that just made her first attempt at 380. Three athletes still have yet to attempt 380. Marley Verhoeven. Missed her first attempt at 365, cleared her second. This is her first attempt at 380. And unable to clear on that. Here's Catherine Moreland from Ottawa with her first round throw.
The next event on the track is the men's 60-meter dash final.
Feels like we just saw these guys.
We get set for the men's 60-meter final. Tyrell Davis in lane 1. Storm Zablocki in lane 2 from Regina. Jordan Sufi coming into this ranked number 1, 4th fastest time in the heats, however. Travis Campbell with the fastest time in the heats. And Aaron Thompson, a 6.69. Campbell is a 6.67. Emmanuel Onyema in lane 6, right beside his teammate Aaron Thompson. And Keon Rude rounding things out on the lane nearest our broadcast position, the Guelph Griffin.
In lane 3, that is Jordan Sufi. As we said, he is the reigning U Sports champion, and his teammate Tyrell Davis in lane 1, the reigning U Sports silver medalist in this event.
And at Can West, Davis finished second there as well. I'm sure you'd like to get one over on Sufi right here, right now.
Can West versus Ontario here.
Lots of team points at play.
Thompson, the last to settle into the blocks. Campbell takes a look to the sky. Right beside Sufi. You have to imagine lanes 3 and 4 will be the fast ones if they're competing with one another right beside each other. Just waiting for the gun. And coming up, Sufi, right beside Campbell. Sufi is red-faced pushing, and he looks to have taken it.
What will it say?
And keep in mind, the record is 6.57.
Onyema winds up taking it with an incredible time of 6.63. Jordan Sufi coming in second. Travis Campbell in third. In lane 6. We had our eyes on the battle between Sufi and Campbell, and sneaking through to take first place, Emmanuel Onyema.
That's the 2023 silver medalist in this event. After taking a year off, is upgrading to the gold medal. And the Western Mustangs have taken the gold in the men's and women's 60 meters.
And the fastest time this year for the men's 60 meter. That Western purple horde has crowded him now. And as we pointed out, they're one of the largest contingents here, the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse. And he's getting hugs all around from his teammates.
No later than 7:30 at the scores table. Coaches, if you have teams in the sections of the women's 4x200 relay, please ensure that your relay cards are submitted.
That is Sarah Feschuk from Calgary in the first round of the women's pent shot put. On the runway now is Quinn Miller for Toronto. We just saw Grace Elford clear 380 in the pole vault on the previous run. Miller missed her first attempt at 380, so this will be her second chance at it. There's six athletes that still have yet to attempt 380 on their second try. Here's Miller from Toronto as the shot put competition continues. It's Robin Selkirk from Western. Selkirk threw 11:40 earlier on.
That's the OUA silver medalist in the women's pentathlon.
That's a good throw from Robin Selkirk. And that is a good, thought that was good for Quinn Miller on her second attempt at 380 in the women's pole vault. Here's that attempt from Miller. The throw by Robin Selkirk was 12:03.
Oh, Miller of Toronto goes all the way up, maybe hits the bar with her arms on her way down. She will have one more attempt.
Here's Holly Harrison from Alberta. First round throw of 10:31. Solid throw in the middle of the sector for Harrison. She'll get a mark. Robin Selkirk just had a quick chat with her coach Sylvia Contra on the other side of the circle.
Julia King, Western Mustangs, second attempt at 380. Julia sitting in sixth place currently. Lots of competition left. Hoping to improve upon her position here.
Unable to clear at 380 on their second chance. Julia King placed 7th at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago. And that's a good throw from Allison Edwards of Calgary in women's pent shot put. At the 12:54 for Allison Edwards at the Can West Championships 2 weeks ago. She threw 11:24. And Allison had a pretty decent pent, but she had 3 fouls in the long jump, so she was unable to rank in the Can West.
Women's shot put, that was Riley Robitaille of the Windsor Lancers, who we just saw throw. She got a white flag for that, so we'll wait to see what the measurement is.
Anna Fonseca for Trinity Western on the runway. 10:66 for Riley Robitaille. Here is Fonseca. And a run through on her second attempt at 380. second chance for Fonseca, so she'll have one more. Here's Shalane Pritchard, the event leader. Good release on that delivery. She's leading the competition with a 13:45. 9:66 the measurement for Riley Robitaille on the previous throw. 12:50 for Shalane Pritchard on her second round toss. She leads the competition with a best of 13:58. She's also ranked in the top 4 in women's shot put tomorrow.
Right now you're watching Rachel Gibson, second attempt at 380. She goes up. Oh, and almost over. Unfortunately did catch the crossbar on her way down. She will have one more attempt.
Take a look one more time.
Big run up. Great height. Gets up there. Oh, I think it was her wrist that caught the bar.
So she'll have one more chance at 380. Here is Phoebe Skip. On the runway for Western. Mr. First attempt at 380. Here's Abby Gaudry of Dalhousie. Gaudry will step out the front of the circle and will not have that throw measured. Phoebe Skip unable to clear 380 on her second attempt, as we see the replay now for the Western Mustang.
Big run up from Phoebe. I believe that was a depth issue there. She had the height, she had the technique. She will actually move the board where she jumps from further or forward or back, depending on the depth she wishes to jump from.
Here's Marley Verhove. Catherine Moreland just threw in the women's pent shot put. Unable to clear on her second attempt at 380. I believe it's going to be Erica Gibson going to attempt next for Guelph. Here's Leanna Owa from Laval. This is Leanna. Does a good job of controlling herself and walking out the back of the circle under control. Erica Gibson now on the runway in women's pole vault. Here's the RSEQ champion, Letitia Corvo-Tosi.
Off and away Gibson. Close call for her there. She will have one more attempt at 380.
There are 7 athletes that have one more attempt at 380. The athletes that have cleared are Grace Elford from Windsor, Guelph, Linton Lamb from Guelph, Ella Foster from York, Alexander Thronson from Toronto, and Rachel Grenke from the Alberta Pandas. Our reigning champion, Jennifer Lazareff, has not entered the competition yet. Here's Vienna Courteau. It's a good throw for Vienna. Had a chat with Richard Johnson about her earlier today. 4th-year athlete, but this is her first year being able to compete at the U Sports level because of injury over the last number of years. So after OUAs 2 weeks ago, she found out she's going to U Sports, right? Then she found out she got accepted into her master's program. So this girl's flying high right now. So Vienna Courteau playing with house money. Here is Quinn Miller. She looks very strong
Wow.
there.
She was sitting in 9th place, but with this clearance, I'm sure she'll propel much higher. She will continue her competition at the next height of 390. Again, this is 380. Third attempt. Needs to clear to continue. And she is up and over. That was textbook.
You see the excitement on her face as she hits the mat. She'll move on to 390. Sarah Feschuk from Calgary just threw 965. Julia King from Western will race the runway next. Here's Rebecca Parker from the University of Guelph. U Sports silver medalist last year, has won the OUA championship the last 2 years. It's a good throw for Rebecca, but she will not have it marked. Walks out the front of the circle.
Rebecca was awarded the Field Athlete of the Year honor earlier today after her record-setting performance at OUAs 2 weeks ago.
Yes, 41-61, her point total there. Ranked her second before Sienna McDonald scratched from the event. She is the top athlete ranked in this field. Here's Julia King. And unable to clear 380 on her third attempt at that height, she will exit the competition. Robin Selkirk with a solid throw there. It's her third throw. So
again, this is Julia King, third attempt at 3 meters, 80 centimeters. Close to clearing that bar. She will be awarded the red flag and exit this competition.
3 throws into the third round. Shalane Pritchard in the lead in the women's pent shot put. Here's Holly Harrison through 10:31 in the first round. She's ahead of Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie by 5 centimeters. There's a throw from Holly, right in the middle of the sector. So here's Anna Fonseca from Trinity Western, going to attempt 380 for the third time.
Big run. Launches herself over, and oh, the bar just bounces off.
She's got a smile, but disappointing the bar didn't stay. And she will exit the competition at 380.
Brushes the bar on the top. Unfortunately, does fall.
So she will finish in 12th place with a clearance of 365. Allison Edwards from Calgary just threw her third round attempt. She threw 12.54 in her second round attempt, 12.25 on her third round mark. Here it is. Good gather, glide across the circle, and release. For 12.25, she'll finish with 12.54, and will get 697 points for her effort. Good restraint shown there by Gibson of Guelph. That is Rachel Gibson with her third attempt at 380. Handful of throws left in the women's pent shot put. Here's Gibson once again. And unable to clear 380 on her third attempt, and she will exit the competition. Riley Robitaille with a mark of 942 with her third round throw. Her best is 966, and she'll pick up 507 points. Here is Shalane Pritchard in the lead in the event with a toss of 13:58. Her season's best of 13:75 has her ranked 4th in the women's shot put event tomorrow. That's a good throw from Pritchard.
Great push through technique she has.
Yeah, great explosive muscles there.
Phoebe Skip, 380, does not make it on her 3rd attempt. She will finish in the 7th place position and score points for the Western Mustangs.
So tie for 7th place for Phoebe Skip. Rachel Gibson missed on her 3rd attempt at this height and will finish 11th based on misses in previous rounds. Here's Madison Lawrence from Manitoba, the 2023 Penn U Sports champion. Won the high jump event. Now looking for a good mark here on her 3rd throw in the shot put. Well, Lawrence puts everything into it, and we'll get a measurement there. Lawrence threw 10.71 in the first round. Here is Erica Gibson. Oh, Marley Verhoeven, sorry. 3rd attempt at 380, and she will exit the competition. Marley Verhoeven. She will finish in 10th place based on misses in previous rounds. Madison Lawrence threw 10.74 with that previous throw there, so she's in 6th place in the comp. Abby Gaudry, 10.26, her best so far. She will accept that mark and move on to the next event, which of course is women's pent long jump, which is going to start at 8 o'clock. And they're going to finish things off at 9 o'clock with the 800 meter.
Our last jumper for the women's pole vault at the 3 meters, 80 centimeters height is Erica Gibson, University of Guelph. Currently sitting in the 9th place position. If she clears this, she will move up in the rankings and continue her competition. Valiant effort from her.
Erica Gibson will bow out of the competition after 3 missed attempts at 380. She will finish in 9th based on her completed height and the amount of misses she had in the previous jumps.
It seems like 380 has been the height that has been a make or break for several of the athletes in the competition. So what's going to happen, Cole, when several athletes exit at the same height?
The goal of pole vault is to clear the highest height you can. In the event one or more athletes are unable to clear a height, they then look at the count back and the amount of faults they have at smaller heights, and they use those faults to determine rankings throughout the field. An athlete with a clean scorecard and only clearances should be placed in the higher positions, where the more faults should put you in a lower position overall. As we get up to 490, the next height for the women, it will become really dire for how many X's you have on your scorecard. Should be worth mentioning there is still one athlete yet to enter this conversation. That is Jennifer Elzarov of the Guelph Griffins. She's been a school record setter multiple times this year. Have to see what she has in store for this U Sports final.
And that's her on the runway right now, getting some warm-up in. Leanna Roy from Laval just threw 11.24 in women's pent shot put. Here is the RSEQ champ, Letitia Horovotozi. Letitia threw 8.52 in her second round toss. And on her third round throw, she will have that measured as well. One more athlete to throw in the women's pent shot put is Vienna Courteau. And then that will be the end of this block of athletes. I believe they're getting the starting gun warmed up here. for our next events later on tonight. The bar is going to be set at 390 in women's pole vault. Last thrower of the women's pent shot put is Vienna Courteau. And that's a good throw for Vienna. Good way to close off women's pent shot put. So 2 more events for these athletes. They have gone through 3 events in about just over 4 hours time. They've still got 2 to go. So we'll have the long jump on the far side of the field house.
On your screen now is the new entrant, Jennifer Alzarov, University of Guelph. She was last year's national champion, and she is currently this year's leading scorekeeper. She'll be entering at a height of 390 for her first attempt.
The next one is scheduled to go at 8 o'clock. It's the long jump.
Here's Elizarov with her first attempt in the women's pole vault event. The reigning national champion. First attempt at 390, and she makes it look very easy.
Well over that bar.
With some updates from the women's pent, with some updated standings after 3 events. Shalane Pritchard from, as we see the replay of Jennifer Elizarov. Once again, showing off why she's cleared 4 meters and 30 centimeters this year. Impressive feat there. So in the women's pent, after 3 events, Shalane Pritchard from Regina is in the lead with 2,563 points. Madison Lawrence is 122 points behind her in 24.41. Rebecca Parker from Guelph in 3rd place with 23.76. Robin Selkirk just 20 points behind her at 23.56. And Allison Edwards from Calgary, 23.44. So 5 athletes really bunched up with one another. Anything can happen in the next two events.
The women's heat coming up first. In that one, we got Regina, Alberta, Calgary. It should be a lot of fun.
On the runway here, we've got, looks like we've got a Toronto Varsity Blues athlete, Alexandra Thronson on the runway. Pardon me, this is Miller. I believe we're still, pardon me, Quinn Miller with her first attempt at 390. We missed Grace Elford as she missed 390 on her first attempt. It's Quinn Miller there with big focus. Here's Miller with the run-up. Oh, unable to clear 390. It took her until her 3rd attempt at 380 to clear that distance. We see that once again. Quinn Miller from Toronto.
Big run-up. Oh, and she can get this. She'll have 2 more attempts to come.
So they're transitioning the infield for the men's Hep high jump. That's going to finish their day. That's going to be their 4th event of the day, so they'll compete. They'll come back tomorrow and compete in 3 events, the 60-meter hurdle, the pole vault, and the 1,000.
This is Alexandria Thronson, the 2020 U Sports gold medalist, now in her first attempt for 3 meters, 90 centimeters. Very simple clearance from her. More to come. Let's look at that one more time. Pole is planted. She gets the height she needs, and she stays clear of the bar. What more could she ask for?
She'll move on to the next height, which will be 4 meters.
She actually has a clean scorecard at the moment. She's tied for first place with Jennifer Elzarov of the Guelph Griffins.
So back in, just to go back and tell you about Alexandra Thronson, when she won in 2020, the clearance was 4:02. Here's Linton Lamb from Guelph. Looked like she was kind of fighting it on the way up as she's trying to clear that height. 390 for her. We've got a few athletes on the runway. We've got high jump warming up. So I believe it's time for us to take a break. We're going to head to the second half of the women's pole vault event. Men's high jump is going to get going at about 8 o'clock. And then we're going to get going on the track with the 4x200 meter prelim. So you're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Coach Goes, your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. We'll be right back.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Feel every hit, point, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline. Our passionate team unlocks a world of possibilities with digital broadcasting made simple, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. Proudly Canadian, ISI Live, be there.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Welcome back inside the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. It's the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Coach Goes, your TV. Dan Malter, Brett Hedges, Cole Hannum, Sadie J. Toronto at the 2025 U Sports Swimming Championship. Daily coverage began at 9 a.m. Eastern Time with heats followed by medal races at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. The 2025 U Sports Swimming Championships exclusively on CBC Gem, CBCSports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Back to Brett Hedges.
Thank you very much, Dan. During the break, we saw Grace Elford from the University of Windsor clear 390. Just as we turn back to break, we just saw Quinn Miller unable to clear 380 on her, or 390 on her second attempt as well. Here's Linton Lamb from Guelph, unable to clear on her second attempt at 390 as she rolls off the mat. The bar is still at 390. We've got a couple of athletes have yet to attempt this height. cleared 395, made that look really easy at 390. So we are continuing the competition at 390 in the women's pole vault. Men's hep high jump will continue to warm up. If I was to guess, that one's going to start probably 8:10. They like to give those athletes about 30-some minutes to finish. Their event in the shot put, or their last event didn't finish until a little while ago. So we'll give those athletes appropriate time to warm up. It'll be their final event of the day. This is
women's pole vault. Should be noted there's 3 athletes still looking to clear the 390 height. On your screen now is Quinn Miller. Linton Land of Guelph is the other, and Rachel Grenke of the Alberta Panda Bears has just got confirmation she is passing this height and will have 3 attempts at 4 meters, which will be the next height.
A little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of strategy going along in pole vault, trying to maybe limit the amount of times you go down the runway.
Yeah, maybe some energy conservation there. Maybe getting her opponent's heads. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, she entered at 380 and she at 390. So we'll wait to see if Linton Lamb from Guelph can clear 390 on her third attempt, to see if there's any positional difference between these two athletes. Right now, Linton has the less amount of misses at her distances.
Linton trying something new, throwing up some hand signals there to sign the depth she so wishes. We'll see if this makes a difference on her third attempt at this height.
We've got our 4x2 100-meter relay athletes warming up around the track. Here is Linton Lamb from Guelph. Lamb unable to clear 390, and she will exit the competition at that height. A valiant effort, though, for the Guelph Griffin athlete.
She will finish in the 6th place position and award the Griffins some points.
Big points for Jason Kerr. Man with the gray hat to the left of, well, it's one of the coaches, one of the Guelph coaches, pardon me. Not Jason. He also likes to wear a hat, though. He does. So 390 is the height. And now it's going to go up to 4 meters even. So Grace Elford cleared 390. She's the OUA silver medalist. Rachel Grenke, the Can West champion, skipped 390. She'll go right up to 4 meters. Jennifer Elizarov is in that field as well. Ella Foster from York and Alexandra Thronson from Toronto. So 5 athletes still in here, so it's anybody's medal here at the U Sports Track and Field Championships.
That's right, Brett. At this moment, we have 3-way tie for first place, a 4th and a 5th, but many jumps still to come to help decide who's going to get what.
And 4 meters is when you really start separating the group here.
Absolutely. 4 meters is a feat.
Jen won this event back in 2023 with a jump of 4:03. But she has since jumped much higher than that.
Yes. That was 2023, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And then in 2024, it was a clearance of 4 meters, 15 centimeters for Jen.
So looking for a three-peat here, but Rachel Grenke right behind her last year as well. So maybe skipping that round will give her a little bit of extra juice, and we'll see some championship jumps here later on this evening. So we've got 5 athletes still in, and this is our top-ranked athlete from Guelph, Jennifer Elizarov. Wow.
Up and over, keeping the scorecard clean.
That's a good clearance. The bar rested on the horizontal bar for a moment there, then slid off.
at this rate, the U Sports record could be in threat. That is currently sitting at 4 meters, 25 centimeters, set by Robin Bone of Western in 2016.
I remember that. I was here for that. I was.
Yes, if Jen jumps what she's been jumping this season, we could see a new U Sports record.
That would be fantastic.
That would be very exciting. She attempted to break the record at OU's, but I was unable to clear I believe 425 would have been the new record at OU's, and she cleared 422. Here's Grace Elford for Windsor.
She
clears it!
Up and over.
405 is her personal best there. She clears 4 meters, and a huge sigh of relief for Grace.
Let's take a look at this and really watch that top bar as she goes over. Pole is planted. She goes up. Looks as if she does hit that bar. It wiggles, but it stays, and that's okay.
A little bit of bar love never hurt nobody.
That's right, Brett.
We'll move on to the next round with her. So Elizarov and Elford have cleared 4 meters.
They were 1-2 at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago.
Grace improving on her performance from OU's 2 weeks ago. 395 there. Now she's at 4. Her personal best is 405. The team record is 410, set by Rachel Wolfs back in 2016, I believe. Back when we hosted that here. U Sports. So on the runway now is Alexandra Thronson. Back when she won the U Sports Championship in 2020, she cleared 395. Let's see if she can clear 4 meters.
That's her first fault of the day. I know she'll be back with 2 more jumps later on, but she'll have to make some adjustments, talk to her coach. I think she can pull it together.
So Rachel Grenke now on the runway. Here's Thronson. That left foot that grazed the bar there, knocked it off. Have a quick conversation with her coach and go back for another crack at it. Here's Grenke from Alberta. 422, her seed mark this year, second best in the country. She skipped 390. This is only her second time on the runway in this competition today. So if you're not familiar, that's why. Like, I didn't know this girl was in the competition. No, she's been here. Grenke with the run up. And she clears 4 meters quite easily, and we'll move on to the next height.
That's Rachel Grenke from the University of Alberta.
Grenke already cleared a height of 422 this season. This is look at her again at 4 flat. Great clearance from her. She'll be tied for first place with a clean scorecard. Up now is Ella Foster of the York Lions in Toronto. This will be a season's best for her if she clears 4. This is her first attempt.
Ella Foster. Look at the focus there.
4th ranked nationally. One of 5 girls remaining in this competition.
Unable to clear on her first attempt, and she's been hovering around the podium in this event for quite a while, either at the OUA level or U Sports. She's one of the top competitors in this field.
She was bronze at OUA's 2 weeks ago, 6th in this event in 2023, and upgraded that to a 5th place finish last year in this event, and currently sits 4th in the competition.
And 4 of the top 5 from last year are still in the competition this year. So here's Miller Thronson. Miller exited at 390.
Thronson will be looking to improve on her 2 4th place finishes from 2024 and 2023.
Here, want to thank all of our viewers for joining us from wherever you are on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV. It's a pleasure to have us in your homes for the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships. Here's Thronson. $4
Oh, she had the height. I could see it live from the stadium. If she's able to fix that depth, I know she can clear this.
So that is her second fault at 4 meters. So Foster will jump on the runway next for her second attempt at 4 meters. On your screen now, that's Tristan Misha from the University of Windsor, lining up some high jumps here. So Ella Foster on the runway for York. The final warm-ups in high jump are getting underway here. Looks like the official has them going through their order, so they know who they're going to follow and such. Nice scissor kick from Edouard Lafoy-Bolio there. Just a warm-up. You know what? I'm really excited to see who comes to compete in the men's Hep high jump. Noah Dimash has stolen the show the last couple of years. At OU's 2 weeks ago, he jumped 202. At OU's 2 years ago, he jumped 2 meters, even though he was visibly injured and like battling through a lot of things. So I got to give that guy a lot of credit for the way that he steps up when the moment is big.
Crazy to me, that's only event 3 of 7.
Yeah. The dash, the long jump, the shot put, and now the high jump. Tomorrow they'll have the 60-meter hurdle, the pole vault, and the 1,000-meter.
On the pole vault runway, York Lions Ella Foster prepares to jump. She must be nearing the end of her allotted time.
A little bit of a shorter run up than what we've seen today.
Oh, again, another athlete with the height, perhaps a depth issue. She will have to investigate that further with her coach. She will have one more attempt.
So second attempt at 4 meters now. So her and Thronson, Foster and Thronson, will have another chance at 4 meters. Grace Elford, Jennifer Elezarov, and Grenke from Alberta have all cleared on their first attempt at that height. So the women's pent long jump is warming up now as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as the end of the meet, as the end of the day one continues.
Thronson getting ready for her third attempt at the 4 meters height. Thronson had a depth issue on her latest attempt. Looking for some corrections here to go over the bar.
Here's Thronson with the run-up.
Oh!
And she will exit the competition at that height. Her third attempt at 4 meters is unsuccessful. Alexandra Thronson will wave to the crowd and will exit the comp at 4 meters. So we'll see. There's a different view of the pole vault.
Oh, wow.
Looked like just a little bit of that left thigh or quad brushed the bar and knocked it off its moorings. Thronson will exit the competition.
A true competitor. She's been relevant for a long time.
So she gets some hugs from some of the athletes in the women's pole vault.
Ella Foster will be the final jumper at the 4-meter height. Just chalking her hands, taking her time.
So Foster has been on the runway for a little while now.
Tied for 4th.
It got quite busy. We are getting set for that 4x200.
Oh, third attempt for Ella Foster is unable to clear, so she will exit the competition. And so she will end up 4th after, oh, she's going to be tied with Thronson for 4th place. They entered at the same height, 365. They all cleared it they cleared it on their first clearance until 390. Then they both triple faulted at 4 meters. So they're going to finish tied for 4th place. So for those who aren't familiar, they will just split the points, correct?
Correct. Yes. That will be a point split.
So as the men's HEP high jump gets underway in a few minutes, and the women's Pent long jump gets going at 8 o'clock as well, we've got the women's 4x200 meter relay prelims getting ready on the track. And if we have enough time for one more pole vaulter, we'll probably get that in, but I believe they're going to move up to 410. So we're going to take a break from the pole vault action. The competition in the field has not continued, so let's take it down to the track, my friend.
Yeah, coming up in the first heat here, we've got the Alberta Pandas, the York Lions, University of Calgary, and Regina Cougars. Regina ranked 4th, Alberta 9th, York 10th, and Calgary 3rd.
Running for the Pandas, we have Okuboyojo, Vila, Reed, Smith. For the York Lions, Brown, Quaidu, Ojo, and Murchison. For the University of Calgary, we have Oland, Parnetta, Gatsky, and Fox. And for the Regina Cougars, we have Clayton, Taki, Branning, and Kichula.
And now precision mixes with athleticism on the track. The handoff, we saw them practicing it. It's very, the timing is so important, obviously, and we're going to make sure that we track along with that as well. But going into that handoff, you want to hit max speed, you want to make sure it's clean, you want to make sure you don't go too far with it. Communication is key, obviously, in this event.
Absolutely. This is not something they just practice once or twice. They have to refine this. They have technique. We're also going to see a lot of skill as they come out of the blocks in that opening leg. Having a great start is crucial for setting your team up for success.
And this is a 200-meter run for each individual athlete, but that burst to get up to speed. You're coming from a standstill when the race is moving at you like a moving train. You got to jump right on and make sure you don't drop that baton. Athletes getting themselves hyped up.
So in this heat, we're going to see the number 3 ranked University of Calgary.
Yeah, Calgary, their best time this season, 1:38.53. Regina, right behind them, 1:38.59. Runners take their marks.
It's Alberta in lane 3, York in lane 4, Calgary in lane 5, and Regina in lane 6.
Love the moment of silence before these races start. Everybody, all their attention drawn to it. And this moment of calm is about to expire. We're off. Quick out the gates. Be one lap of the track, the 200-meter track here at Windsor. In a blistering pace as they come around the bend as we get set for our first handoff. The runners in the second leg looking over their shoulder, ready for it.
It's Oland from Calgary getting to the handoff first.
Calgary cooking around the outside. Still moving with it. Calgary with a good gap right now. And the runners will bunch up
This is Parnetta from the University of Calgary, passing off to Gatsky.
Gatsky takes the baton, switches hands, and keeps moving. Everybody on the inside lane. But a gap building now as the University of Calgary is pushing, getting set for the third leg here.
Coming into the exchange zone, Gatsky is passing to Fox. Calgary continues their lead.
Fox is off. Regina trailing. Alberta third. York pulling up the rear. And looks like this gap is going to stand for the University of Calgary. They're going to cruise through to victory here in the opening heat of the women's 4x200. With Regina coming through in second, Alberta second, and the York Lions finishing things off.
We should note that the times that they run in these heats are important, as it's only the top team gets the auto-qualifying spot, and then it's the next 5 best times. So we have 3 heats, and any time could qualify.
As the track gets busy for a moment again, some discussions between the athletes as they move off to their positions. We'll get set for the second heat. And this one should have this building rocking. The Windsor Lancers, Toronto Varsity Blues, Montreal Caravans, and the Guelph Griffins.
Running for the Windsor Lancers, we have Pupatello, Metivier, Klajic, and Akane. For the Toronto Varsity Blues, we have Etim, 10, Torrance, and Wilson. For the Montreal Caravans, we have Ballet, Deslan, Fawn, and Marcel. And for the Guelph Griffins, we have Mackenzie, Cole, Lawrence, and Abiodun. In this heat, we'll see the OUA champions, the Guelph Griffins, who also happen to be the U Sport record holders with a time of 1:36:20 set in 2022.
Surely fresh on their minds. Some records stand for 15, 20 years and longer.
Others are gone in the blink of an eye.
Yes, they are, yes. Brief chat with the officials for the athletes who are about to take part as we take a look at the Alberta team moving off. Getting set to rest up, keep loose. The warming up and cooling down, obviously something to consider in an event like this. These athletes are all used to it, but still a battle no matter what. Take your eye off the ball in between, maybe just as important as taking your eye off the ball in the middle of a race.
In women's pole vaults, we've got 2 athletes that have cleared 4:10, Jennifer Lazarov and Rachel Grenke. Grace Elford has not cleared 4:10 yet. She's tried that twice. She'll have her 3rd attempt after this race.
And in the 4x200 relays, the teams that we're seeing run now might not be the teams we see in the finals, as they swap out athletes based on who's competing and when.
Interesting. And taking the first leg, Pupatello, Eden, Goulet, and Mackenzie.
The Guelph Griffins are also the reigning champions in this event from 2024. They come into this ranked number 2 in the country.
Nicole Mackenzie looked really good. Once again, the calm fills the building as the runners take their marks. Windsor on the inside lane, Toronto lane 4, Montreal 5, and Guelph in 6. Out the gate, Guelph on the outside.
At OUAs, we saw Mackenzie have an exceptional start. And it looks like today is no different for her.
Montreal and Guelph first to the handoffs. U of T closing the gap. Windsor in a fight to get back in. Working on that inside lane though. Group of 3 taking off right now for Guelph. Cole is surging coming around the bend. Cole building a gap, heading for the handoff. A clean exchange and Guelph has a chance to keep building. Lawrence stretching things out here for the Griffins. Bringing it down the back stretch. The field's spreading now. Most runners just on their own, but in the front. Another clean exchange for the Griffins.
Abby Oden now taking the baton around the track.
And the Blues with an issue on the exchange. Guelph still in front, and they're going to take this one home. The Lancers round.
Maybe the viewers at home did not see. It appears Montreal Carabins did have an issue in the exchange zone and maybe went 10-20 meters past the handoff.
in the Pent long jump. And I believe that Rebecca Parker just broke that record with her jump of 5.99. So a new U Sports Pent record for Rebecca Parker in the long jump. That was the first jump of the second round.
On your screen now, you are seeing the results of a missed attempt by Grace Elford.
Rachel Grenke was unsuccessful on her first attempt.
Rachel Grenke also making it somewhat dramatic again, failing her first attempt at 4:20 in the women's pole vault and opting to pass that height for 2 attempts at the newest height of 4:25. That's kind of a shakeup if you ask me, guys. Do you have any input on not clearing a height, then passing to try a higher height with 2 new attempts?
Well, it's all risk, right? So you clear it, you look great, you move on, you clinch a silver medal. If you don't make it, you open up the door for Alford to maybe clear if she gets a clearance on her third attempt. But because she missed her second attempt, I'm sure that's why Grenke was confident moving up to the next height to get her 2 cracks at 4:25, which would be a new season's best for her. In the high jump, Tristan Misha from Windsor just cleared 166. Max Mazarol from Moncton had the opening height at 163. Or sorry, Max just cleared 163, and now it's Tristan's turn at 166. And Max has just told the scorer that he will skip the next height and just jump at 169. So Tristan will be the only athlete to jump at 166. Got a couple others that are going to join the fray at 169. Here's Tristan. He clears 166. A little bit of wiggle on the bar. In the long jump pit. Here's Misha. Good clearance there, but he had to look back to make sure that the
nice head shake at the end too.
Bar shake there. So here's Grace, third attempt at 420.
Not meant to be. She does walk away with a bronze medal and a new season's best. Congratulations to her.
So Grace Elford clinches the U Sports bronze medal in the women's pole vault.
Grace will finish in third position.
After 2 misses at this height, she had to give it everything she had and just didn't quite have enough there. She tried to hold it and not let the pole break the plane and save that attempt. But unfortunately, that is the end of her competition, but she does get a U Sports bronze medal. Here's Logan Koch from Saskatchewan. So that's his first attempt at 169. In the long jump, we've got Catherine Moreland from Ottawa sprinting down. And let's send it down to the track, Dan.
Now we get things started with the men's 4x200 relay prelims. The University of Calgary will be in lane 3, the Regina Cougars in 4, Montreal Caravan in 5, and the Alberta Golden Bears on the outside in 6.
For Calgary, we have Rajput, Milev, Sonoy, and Parnetta. For Regina, we have Zablocki, Akinloy, Stachowicz, and Franklin. For Montreal, Bossatampin, Marnaris, Henry, and Mukendi. And for Alberta, we have Fujo, Naidu Barrett, Vialva, and Sawatsky.
And it is Montreal surging off the top and closing the gap pretty quickly on the Golden Bears. And coming around the corner, looks like the Caravan will be the first to the exchange. All 4 clean.
The Caravan were the RSEQ champions from 2 weeks ago.
And Marnaris of the Caravan holding on at first, but the other 3 gathering speed, working off one another coming into this exchange. Montreal first on the scene, then Alberta, then Regina, Calgary trailing. But the Dinos making a move into third. Winner of each heat will move on, Montreal. Holding on to this lead. Alberta coming through in second to the exchange. And Alberta right on the heels of Montreal. This is a battle to the finish here between the Caravan and the Golden Bears. Down to the final stretch. Caravan holding off on the inside. A surge from Calgary to the line, and they come through in second, edging out Alberta. The Cougars coming in fourth. Calgary with an impressive move to close it out, but Montreal takes this heat.
Oh, wow. Right at the line there. My initial thoughts already are, what a clean race. All of those handoffs are very pristine. You know these guys have practiced. For whoever moves on to the final, like, it's sure to be a good one.
And the Caravan charged up after that, knowing they've punched their ticket already.
Calgary just did a great job of showing us that the race isn't over until you cross that line, just edging out the number 3 ranked Golden Bears.
A couple of moves there, and with Montreal in the lead the entire time, the trailing 3 spread out, close, and traded positions several times over a minute and a half. It was a really exciting race.
With action down on the field, we've got the men's high jump in the heptathlon underway. The bar is at 172. Bar is still at 425 for the women's pole vault. We've got 2 competitors left there. Jennifer Lazarov cleared 425 easily. Here's Sam Udding clearing 172 with ease. So we've got Rachel Grenke gonna have 2 attempts at 425, and this will be her first one. She's on the runway right now. Here's Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan in the high jump, clears 172. That was Riley Robitaille in the long jump pit with her second round jump. Rebecca Parker continues to lead the women's pent long jump with a jump of 5.99. Rachel Grenke on the runway here. Logan Koch for Saskatchewan clears 172. And here's Grenke, 425, first attempt.
Oh, another great attempt, potentially another depth issue. She'll have video footage herself and we'll review that.
She has one more attempt at this height. She missed her opening attempt at 420. This is Logan Koch. Had a good showing in the shot put. Now it's a good clearance at 172. So Grenke missed on she has one more attempt at 425. After this, let's send it down to the track.
Toronto Varsity Blues in lane 3, McGill in lane 4, the York Lions in 5, and the Manitoba Bisons in 6.
Running for the Varsity Blues, we have Long, Tang, Schultz, and Dooley. For the Martlets, we have Nicoletti, Moonsami, Percopo, and Sanders. For the Lions, we have Burke, Mustafa, Richards, and Chumbayami. And for the Bisons, we have Sufi, who we saw earlier in the 60 meters, snagging a silver medal, Hebert, Andre, and Coxie Stroh.
And Jordan Sufi, talk about a reason to be charged up. Looked like he was going to take home the 60 meter, but that just at the end of the race, and he was giving everything he had. You could see it on his face. But maybe something that he wants to show out now and win as a group here. Try and put it all out on the line once again.
His team is coming into this ranked second, so they'll be looking to get that auto qualifier spot into the final and walk away with a medal. But as we've seen in these other heats, it takes a lot of technique and a lot of things have to go right for these athletes.
And the first men's race, relatively clean, as Cole pointed out. They said it was perfectly executed for the most part. In some of the women, or a couple of the women's races, we saw a little bit of chaos in the exchange. And who knows what we could see here, right? Nobody goes into a race expecting for that to happen, but prepare for the worst and expect the best.
That's from Western, just cleared 172. Rachel Grenke gonna attempt her last chance at 425. She's already clinched the silver medal, but looking to continue to setting the bar higher and higher.
Jordan Sufi starting on the outside lane, a guy who's used to being in front of the pack, shouldn't impact him too much, knows how to drive his own pace.
He knows how to get out of the blocks fast, as we've seen in the 60 already. We also saw Vivian Agor start out for her team for the Western Mustangs. So
get back to Brett.
Here's Max Mazerol from Moncton. The Blue Eagles unable to clear there, the AUS champion.
Winston Clark, Western, gets over 172 with some bar load.
Says, I'm going to get off the mat so that will count before that bar wiggles off.
Big smile from him today.
All right, 4x200 meter relay.
A couple final track crossings there before the trains start moving. Runners in the blocks.
Lane 3, Toronto. Lane 4, McGill. Lane 5, York. Lane 6, Manitoba.
Right out quick, Sufi. With a pretty significant gap coming out of that initial corner, just looking at the spread on the back stretch. Now coming out of this bend, Sufi maintaining the lead. He will be first to the exchange. Coming through second, York, McGill, Toronto. Everything in order. A little bit of trouble on the one handoff, and coming through is McGill. Everyone closing in, Manitoba surging. York outside. Coming out of it first, the York Lions, the Bisons trailing. Bisons chasing them down. U of T in third, McGill in fourth. A battle coming around the final bend. Looks like the Bisons are going to attempt to pass to the outside. And it's all down to the line here. Surge pushing into the handoff. The Bisons with some trouble there. They kick out to the outside lane. That allows York to gap out a little bit, but recovering pretty well, the Manitoba Bisons. Gap closing after that mishap on the exchange. Manitoba coming back from behind, but the Lions have some space to hold on. The Bisons surging, and it's going to be the York Lions taking the heat. Manitoba rolling through in second, and then it's U of T and McGill.
We can see Manitoba just struggling to get that baton passed off to their fourth runner.
In the field, we just saw Rachel Granke unable to clear 425 on her second attempt. That is her third miss. So that is her end of her competition. Jennifer Elizarov is our U Sports gold medalist for the third year in a row. And she will continue to climb here.
And the York Lions elated after punching their ticket through to the finals.
So with that clearance at 425, what happened there, Cole?
Not shown on your screen, but did happen in the stadium. The Guelph Griffin, Jennifer Elizarov, did clear and tie a U Sports record in the women's pole vault. That was a clearance of 4 meters, 25 centimeters.
So her personal best is 430 this year, so I think we're going to be lining up some history here, Dan.
Yeah, it's exciting to see anytime you get a chance to be a part of it.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago I thought it was about 8 or 9 different records fall in the OUA, and really exciting stuff. There's Sam Udding just clearing 175 in men's high jump. And Elizarov is on the runway for Guelph, but they are going to let her take her time because they're going to move up the bar to 435.
Oh. At this point, she would have free range to set it to whatever height she so chooses. Could be 1 centimeter above the current record.
Yeah.
She's decided to go 10 centimeters above the current record.
So Quinn Cameron from Western, unable to clear 175 on his first attempt at that height. We're in the third round of women's pent long jump. And our leader in that event is still Rebecca Parker as we continue with the third round. One more shot in the long jump pit before we take it down to the track. That's Sarah Feschuk from Calgary with the jump there. So Elizarov still on the runway. They're still bumping up the height of the pole vault. And we're moments away from another heat of the men's 4x200 meter relay.
And we're back with another anticipation rebuild on the track. The same cycle of quiet and then energy for a minute and a half. And you can see on the athletes' faces, and we're right up close here with them, they are giving it absolutely everything, coming through the exchange and then vocalizing their support of their teammate who's taking that baton and continuing to surge around the track.
In lane 3, we have the Windsor Lancers running Tilson, Hawley, Mambo, and John Dunslow. In lane 4, we have the St. Mary's Huskies with Smith, Zink Marrier, Macmillan, and Macmillan. In lane 5, with the Western Mustangs, Williams, Duckman, Menzies, and Blaine. And in lane 6, we have the Griffins with Campbell, Teal, Moore, and Imucade.
3 OUA, 1 AUS. And Guelph is first around, starting on the outside, and a good gap as well for the Griffins. Guelph, clean exchange. Windsor, clean exchange. St. Mary's, Western as well. Guelph out to a pretty significant lead here. The pack of 3 surging in behind them, trying to close it as fast as they can as the Griffins bring it around the bend. Everyone on the inside now. The Griffins maintaining that lead. Western coming through in second. Windsor in third on the exchange and bringing it up the back, St. Mary's. The Griffins keep on moving after that handoff. The anchors moving into position right in front of us here. Guelph holding on to this. Coming back through Western. Windsor in third still, fighting for that exchange. The Mustangs not carrying momentum through. But their anchor is bringing it back. Blaine closing. Blaine closing in. And he's going to take it, it looks like. Blaine driving down to the line, and Blaine has it for the Western Mustangs. Coming back after an issue on the handoff, and his teammates are happy about that one. He decided he was going to take that one and did.
They're showing why they're the #1 ranked team in the country. After their third place finish at OUAs 2 weeks ago to Guelph, they have come back with an excellent close on that relay.
We're going to take a look at that exchange that caused the Mustangs a bit of an issue. As they come through our screen, you see Blaine doesn't have it yet.
Worth mentioning for sure, Windsor had a really bad handoff on their third leg at the OUA Championships. They worked on that a lot, talked to their relays coach, Jesse Dupuy. He said they're going to surprise us. They did make one switch. They switched their anchor. That's time the handoff was clean, and they get a third place finish, and they'll get the little cue into the final. Here is Jennifer Elizarov trying to set a new U Sports record at 4:35. She looks good, just clips it as she was over the bar. She'll get 2 more attempts at that height. The bar is at 175 in the men's high jump in the heptathlon when Cameron clears 175 on his second attempt. And there are scores from the men's 4x200 meter relay in the third heat.
Yeah, Western and Guelph sub 130, 129, 129.26. And then Windsor 130.11 and SMU 130.33. The women's and men's weight throw awards coming up.
That is Riley Robitaille from Windsor and her third round jump of the long jump.
And the 60-meter awards are about to be handed out here as well.
5:17, the mark for Riley Robitaille. She's in 7th place in the long jump. Just a handful of jumps remaining in that 3-round event before we finish things off with the Heptathlon 800 at 9 o'clock to finish off the night, Dan.
Yeah, looking forward to that. First time Well, other than the hurdles earlier on in the day, we got to see them, but yeah, you've been tracking along with them in the field events all day as they start to bring out the big U Sports backdrop for the championship photos. Looking forward to seeing, we've already seen the excitement and the happiness when they know they've taken it, but then when you get to that moment, you get to take your medal and claim your prize in front of everybody here. Everything's worth it for that moment. And we'll be right back with more coverage here of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe, no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Pick up with Brett really quickly here. We just witnessed an exciting moment.
You just watched U Sports history right there. Jennifer Elizarov just set a new U Sports record by clearing 4:35 on her second attempt at that height. Her previous season best was 4:30. Let's take a look at this. She's going to have 3 championships from the U Sports, and on the third one, it's a new record as well. Her name's going to be in that record book. And look at just the excitement on her and her teammates' faces. That's Toronto athletes in there. That's not just Guelph athletes congratulating her. A new U Sports record at 4:35, and she can continue to go. She could keep going all night if she doesn't finish. If she doesn't, not hit these three faults there. Wow, what a moment that we just witnessed. And now they're going to bump up the score to 440.
You are watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. And Dan Maltasady, Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, and Brett Hedges, along with Sarah Saeed, bringing you the coverage. CBC Sports is Canada's home for university sport. Canada's best university men's hoops teams are in Vancouver from March 13th to 16th for the 2025 Indochino Final 8 presented by Victory Creative Group. Catch complete coverage next weekend on CBC Gem, CBCSports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube with the gold medal game Sunday, March 16th at 4 p.m. Eastern on CBC Television and Sportsnet. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. And we just saw a champion be made. Yeah.
Unreal. So congrats, Jennifer Elizarov. They're going to move the bar up to 440. The women's pent long jump has finished up. The men's hep high jump is continuing. 178 is the bar now. Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan cleared that. Of course, folks, you guys can follow along at home at windsortiming.com with instant live results. So Jennifer's going to jump at 4:40 in a couple minutes. Here's Logan Koch at 178. He cleared 175 on his third attempt, and he will have to retry 178. Still a lot of athletes remaining in this high jump field. I have a feeling we're going to be calling high jump to finish off this broadcast at the end of the night here. But high jump can have these incredible moments in them. 2 weeks ago, we saw a gold medal jump off between Caleb Keeling and Mason McGregor. Here's Quentin Buscade from Laval and clears 178.
He had that one in the bank.
So
take a look at this bar as he goes over, clips it with his heel, and look at that wiggle, and it stays. That's good, folks.
So a good clearance there at 178. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, the top-ranked athlete in the Heptathlon. His first attempt at 178. Unable to clear at that height. Tristan Misha from Windsor going to line up the next attempt at 178. Women's pentathlon long jump has just been told that their last race, their 800-meter race, is going to go at 9:10 p.m., so 28 minutes from now. The women's long jump, Rebecca Parker won that. 5.99 for 846 points. That's a U Sports record for the meet. Here's Tristan Misha, clears 178, gets a good round of applause from his teammates there. Madison Lawrence from Manitoba jumped 5.83. Here's a replay of Tristan Misha. This guy was so consistent 2 weeks ago. And if he had, here's Manny Deslitz now, 178, he clears that. And it just makes you think about the 1,000 meter. When you're 1 point shy of the podium, it makes you think of the 1,000 meter. You're so tired at the end of 2 days. Here's Manny. He's a very good pole vaulter. We're going to see that tomorrow. And also going to see him in the regular men's pole vault event on Saturday as well. So the results going into the 800 meter in 30 minutes time. Shalane Pritchard from Regina leading the way with 33.52. Behind her by 113 points is Madison Lawrence, the 2023 champion. And then 130 points behind Pritchard is Rebecca Parker. So she's just 17 points behind Madison Lawrence. Robin Selkirk comfortably in fourth position at 30.27. So she's 3.25 behind the leader. And here's Jennifer Elizarov looking to break a new record and unable to clear at 4:40. But probably got a lot of good gauging from that opening run there as she gets 2 more attempts at that height. So Sam Udding just cleared his second attempt at 178. This is the final event of the night for the men's heptathlon. They'll have 3 more events tomorrow. Here's Quinn Cameron from Western. And here are our medalists in the women's weight throw competition in the awards area. Jennifer Elizarov going to take her time lining up that next attempt there. Here's Liv Sands from Western on the right. Janae Shomechuk from Lethbridge Pronghorns. And Jordana Badley-Costello. She won the event on the last throw of the competition, 1945. And a fantastic story too. Jordana competed for the Windsor Lancers back in 2015-2016. She graduated. She's a teacher. 7-8 years come by, and she says, you know what, I'm going to go back to school.
Hey, if you have eligibility, you might as well use it.
Yeah, and so she's in school here for, I saw her at football, and I was surprised. I was like, what are you doing, busy? She said, no, I'm enrolled here again. I was like, you're almost as old as I am. But that doesn't matter in track and field, which is important to know. Lavoie Beaulieu with a great clearance at 178 there. So congratulations to our weight throw medalists, Liv Sands, June Shumechuk, and Jordana Badley-Costello. Edouard Lavoie-Bouillot.
Coming up on your podium will be your gold medalist in the T38 vision impaired 60-meter women's dash. This is Natalie Thirst.
Well deserving of that award. Fantastic ambassador for youth sports. And just a pleasant person anytime I've ever been around her. So just a great ambassador for youth sports and track and field in general. Congratulations on your youth sports gold medal in the T38 ambulatory 60 meter. Here's Winston Clark from Western University. They're not UWO anymore, they're Western University. Here are the Mustangs. Unable to clear 178 on his second attempt there. So Jennifer Elizarov on the runway right now. So she's got a significant amount of time before she has to take attempts. So we will continue with our podium coverage. This is the women's 60-meter podium, and that was an exciting finish, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah, that was really exciting to see. We had an idea who was going to take it in the end, but seeing that, watching her raise her hands in the air afterwards and then being swarmed by the rest of her teammates was really an exciting moment. And they look as excited as they thought they would right now. They were more excited, obviously. They were going to get the medals around their neck and put the smiles on.
I think you have to keep in mind that this is Thursday.
It is Thursday, I know. Still something to achieve, something they've achieved. And if it is your specialist event.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We just saw Logan Koch on the screen, unable to clear 178 on his third attempt, so he will exit the competition in the men's hep high jump.
Getting their medals was Donna Tambui from McGill, Gabrielle Cole from the Guelph Griffins, and the youth sports 60-meter champion Vivian O'Gore from the Western Mustangs.
Starting things off for the Western Mustangs on a high note for sure.
Jennifer Elizarov back on the runway now, trying to eclipse her own youth sports record. Here's her second attempt at 440.
Big ups. Oh!
Unable to clear 440. She'll have one more chance at it. She looked very good on that attempt there. Not much wrong with that one.
Quick look at the replay here. Let's just look how comfortable she is reaching the height required to get over the bar. Just a quick clip on the way down. You can fix that.
Looked like the jersey's to blame for that one. Didn't look like there was much that brushed up against the bar. So 440 still the height. The bar is now at 181 in the men's high jump. 181. What was the PA? Okay. So 181, and that's where a number of our higher ranked athletes are going to enter the competition. We've got Jared Hendricks Pollock at that height, entering the competition. And Noah Domash is going to enter at 184 later. So,
and it's the 60-meter men's approaching the podium now, right?
Here's Jared Hendricks Pollock, clears 181 with ease. And now our men's 60-meter podium.
Yeah, Emmanuel Onyema, Sadie, you pointed out that maybe not the best season, but now capping it off.
An excellent end to his season, improving on his medal from 2023. He's now finishing a youth sports champion in the 60-meter.
I got to say, from my point, that was an amazing finish in the 60-meter.
From Guelph, Travis Campbell, Jordan Sufi.
He's been a consistent medalist at Can West and at youth sports in the 60 meters.
Here's Quinn Cameron, first attempt at 181. Unable to clear.
And there's the champion from the Western Mustangs, Emmanuel Onyema, with a time of 6:63.
You can see the pride on all their faces. Back to the high jump.
Jake Neufeld with a great clearance at 181. Here's Neufeld from the Huskies program. Looking very good. Jennifer Elizarov back on the runway now, still with the sweater on, so she'll be another minute or two away from her attempt. Third attempt at 440. Here's DeJean Clark. Won the shot put section of the heptathlon. Now clears 181 with ease.
5 meters 99, it was Rebecca Parker from University of Guelph.
So they're just announcing on the PA that Rebecca Parker broke a U Sports record in the Pent long jump at 5.99. And they're just going over the rest of the results in the Pent long jump there. So those athletes will race in about 20 minutes. And Shalane Pritchard in the lead there, so we'll see how it all unfolds. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu with a clearance at 181.
Currently holding down the bronze medal position with 3,222 points. En troisième position avec 3,222 points.
Here's Tristan Misha. Here's Misha with 181. Elizarov gathering herself there. Misha unable to clear at 181. He'll get 2 more attempts at that height, having a quick chat with his coach Brett Lumley.
Elizarov is off. Third and final attempt, 4 meters, 40 centimeters. Oh, very close attempt from her.
Manny Deslitz clears 181, and there is your U Sports women's pole vault champion, Jennifer Elizarov. Broke a U Sports record, tried to break it again at 440, unable to do that, but a fantastic competition for her, and that's 3 straight U Sports championships.
And we should draw attention to the progression of what it took to win U Sports over the last 3 years. In 2023, Jen jumped 4:03 for the gold medal. In 2024, she jumped 4:15 for the gold medal. And this year, as we have said, she set the new record at 4:35.
And that's that clearance right there. And she's just so happy with herself. Look at the teammates
celebrating on the way down.
I'm glad they waited till that she hit the mat first before they decided to rush her, right? Here's Tristan Misha. Second attempt at 181. Unable to clear at 181. Second attempt there. So handful of athletes still remaining in the men's high jump. We've got Noah Dimash has not entered the competition yet. Quentin Buscad is passing at 181. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quinn Cameron is on your screen, going for his third attempt at 181.
9 athletes remaining in the field. Last chance for Quinn Cameron. Beautiful.
Once more.
Beautiful clearance from Quinn. So here's Cameron.
Back against the wall. Not a problem for him. Over and out.
Here's Misha, third attempt, and he clears!
We have a competition starting.
Some big love in the high jump pit for Tristan Misha. Clears 181, and we'll move on to 184. Worth noting, this is a first-year athlete.
Bright future ahead.
So Brett Lumley in the corner having a chat with him there, giving him some pointers on the video that he took. Bar has moved up to 184. So Misha and Quinn Cameron. There's Jordana Badley Costello. the U Sports champion and the first team All-Canadian.
Heptathlon, high jump.
And Noah Dimash is going to enter the fray now in the men's hep high jump. The bar is at 184. 2 weeks ago, we saw him clear 202, and this guy is a lightning ball of energy.
I'm almost more excited to see his post-jump celebrations. I think he did a somersault after clearing 202 2 weeks ago.
It was something of the like, yeah. Here's Jared Hendricks-Pollock, the leader in points through 3 events. And he clears 184, looking very smooth at that height. Jared just entered the contest at 181, so that's just his second attempt in the competition. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu will go next. Pardon me, this is going to be Jake Neufeld. Nope, there's a little bit of a confusion with the order here. Okay, I was hoping I wasn't wrong, but so the next athlete to go, it seems as though it will be. Oh, Edwards skipping 184. That's why there's a little bit of confusion there. So it's going to be Sam Udding from Guelph, OUA bronze medalist, unable to clear 184 on his first attempt. I believe we're going to get Quinn Cameron next from Western. As we start to dwindle down on day one. What an exciting day it's been, too. There's almost so much anticipation to get things going, and then when they do it, boom, 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 boom. So here's Quinn. Quinn unable to clear on his first chance at 184. I believe we're going to have. Will that be Misha next? No. This will be Neufeld now. Neufeld entered at 172, has 4 straight clearances. Looking for number 5. Oh! Just clipped it with his back as he's trying to arch over. That's his first miss of the competition. Not bad when you've already cleared 4 heights. You'll take it.
Consistent.
DeJean Clark from Trinity Western. Ran a 7:19 60 meter, jumped 6.53 in the long jump, through 13.56, and now trying to clear 184. Unable to do that on his first attempt. If I remember correctly, back in 2016, the area-ish, Trinity Western had a really good distance program. They had really good 4x800 meter relay, I remember. Or was it 4x4? I remember there was a big showdown between Windsor and Trinity Western close to 10 years ago now. I could be dating myself there, but I'd love to see Trinity Western in our field house is what I mean to say. Here's Buscad, and his clears at 184. Yep. After this jump from Tristan Misha, we'll take a short break and set the table for the pentathlon, which is going to finish up at 9:10. Here's Misha. Unable to clear 184 on his first attempt. All right, we're going to take a step back. You've been watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Coach Co's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. We'll be right back.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
exceptional student athletes are born. Where records are broken. Where great plays are made. Where school colors ignite passion. Where champions prevail. Where tradition is celebrated. Ontario University Athletics.
Feel every hit, goal, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline, immersing you in the game like never before, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. We deliver unparalleled simplicity and tailor-made digital broadcasting solutions crafted to make you feel every moment in a way like never before. Our passionate team ensures your message reaches audiences reliably every time. Proudly Canadian, we bring a touch of innovation and our passion to the world stage. ISI Live, be there.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
Continuing our coverage of men's hep high jump here. That's Noah Dimash and now Manny Deslitz going to attempt 184. Here's Manny. Unable to clear on that attempt. Manny unable to clear on his first attempt at that height. Bar is at 184. Here's DeJean Clark. His last clearance at 184. Misha with the run up. Unable to clear 184. So we've got one athlete over the bar successfully so far at 184. Sorry, two athletes. Here's Manuel Deslitz, unable to clear once again. So you see some of our heptathletes congregating toward the starting line. Final event on the track will take place in about 7 minutes' time. Up next in high jump will be Quinn Cameron from Western.
Ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention once again to the medalist podium.
While action continues on the infield, let's send it over to our podium presentations as Quinn Cameron unable to clear 184. So these are our women's pole vault medalists.
Once again, making the medal presentation is Trevor LeCruz from IG Wealth Management.
So this was an exciting competition that ended just about 25 minutes ago. So Grace Elford from Windsor with a clearance of 410. New PB for her. Here's Misha, unable to clear 184. That is his third attempt at that height, and he will exit the competition. Here's 410, Rachel Grenke, U Sports silver medal. And the gold medalist from the University of Guelph, the third time U Sports champion and new U Sports record holder, 4:35 in unreal. Jennifer Elizarov, a hat trick of gold medals at the U Sports Championships. Congratulations. In the infield, Manny Deslet's going to try 184 for the third time. And clears. Manny digging deep there for his third attempt at 184.
Desolet's up and over. Western men having 4 contenders in this heptathlon. They're going to be looking for some big points in the team scoring.
Looks like it's going to be another adjustment of the bar. It's going to go up to 187. We still have 8 athletes at this height. Now let's send it down to the track for the Pent 800.
Yeah, about to get underway here. Shalane Pritchard leading the way right now, heading into this 800-meter race. Took home the 60-meter hurdles. Madison Lawrence in second, Rebecca Parker third, Robin Selkirk in fourth, Leanna Roy in fifth, rounding it out.
The record for the 800 meters in the pentathlon is 2:14.82. So we should note that Rebecca Parker, who's currently sitting in third, ran a personal best time of 2:14.12 earlier this year. So she will be one to watch in this race.
Absolutely, and the leader right there on the left of your screen, Shalane Pritchard wearing 13. Madison Lawrence in second there, wearing 12.
Jared Hendricks Pollock clears 187, pardon me. Worth noting, last year at the U Sports Championship, Rebecca Parker won the Penn 800 by 5 seconds in order to win the U Sports silver medal by 1 point over Allison Edwards.
This will be our longest individual race of the day. As you work down the track, the field, Catherine Moreland from the Ottawa GGs in 1, Sarah Feschuk in 2 from the University of Calgary. Leanna Korovo-Tozy from the Montreal Carabins. Riley Robitaille, another jump there in the high jump event. Riley Robitaille from Windsor. Holly Harrison from Alberta. Vienna Corteau from the Ottawa GGs. Allison Edwards, University of Calgary. Abby Gaudry, the Housie Tigers. A roar from the crowd. Leanna Roy in the Val Rouge or Robin Selkirk, Western Mustangs. Rebecca Parker from the Guelph Griffins. And we've already talked about Madison Lawrence, 12. And Shalane Pritchard, Regina Cougars leading the way. Wearing that number 13.
Looking at point totals in this 800-meter event, Shalane Pritchard of Regina Cougars is up and away 3,352 points. Trailing her, Madison Lawrence, by 113 points. Trailing in third place is Rebecca Parker of Guelph Griffins by 130 points. And fourth place, currently Robin Selkirk, trailing first place by 325 points. I truly think in this race, there are 50 to 100 points to be made and maybe some switchings of these positions.
It looks like it's going to be a one-turn stagger, as we can see the top 4 in the upper box and then the remaining competitors in the lower box. And they're called back.
First false start of the day. It was. Caught everybody off guard. We'll try and identify the spot on the replay. Hard to.
It might have been Harrison.
Maybe near side, yeah.
I think maybe it's this bobble in lane 5 right with the athlete in 5, Alberta. A little bit of bobble. That's all I can see. Edward Lavoie-Boyot with a miss at 187.
They toe the line once again. Clean start. And a tumble right off the top. Going down, Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie. And she's going to pick up the pace a little bit, kick it back, and she'll rejoin the group. down, but she's not out. A good perseverance is to get right back in.
It was Rebecca Parker first to the cut-in. She's followed closely by Maddie Lawrence.
Lawrence, long strides. Trailing Parker. What do you think of the pace right now? Does it look they're pushing right now? Or they're feeling each other out right now?
They went out at a very quick pace. So we'll see what these ladies have left in their legs after 4 events already today.
So if I'm Parker and I'm sitting, a couple spots out of first, what am I thinking right now?
I think Rebecca is going to run her 800. She knows how good she is at this event. She's truly very talented across all of them, as are all of these women. But I think she just has to focus on running her best today, not worried about what anyone else is doing.
Parker and Lawrence out front in the lead pack. Just 4 out there, 2 in the middle, and then a group trailing, a group of 6.
The splits through 400 looked great. 32 for the first 200, a 33 for the next 200.
They come through together, the final lap. Pritchard in 6th right now. Rebecca Parker still holding on. Feeling some pressure though, Madison Lawrence. Lawrence in 2nd place right now. And she's coming around the bend, fighting for it. Parker and Lawrence, it's coming right down to it. Parker holds on. Following it up in 3rd, Leanna Roy. Feschuk coming through following that. And now Shalane Pritchard works across the line.
That was a great run for Rebecca. 2:15.82 was her final time. Her splits 32, 33, 34, 34. And it was great to have Madison Lawrence right there beside her.
So Madison and Rebecca basically finished at the same time, right? Madison had a 17-point lead going into the event. They finished at the same time. So Madison finishes in first. So these two athletes, right, they were 2nd and 3rd. Madison was ahead by Rebecca by 17 points. They finished at almost the exact same time. So Madison Lawrence is going to finish in first. Rebecca Parker in 2nd, just 16 points behind her. And Shalane Pritchard, who was leading the event going into the 800 meter, it's 3rd with 4,021 points.
The amount of work they had in their legs today on display. But just toughness to gut it out and get through that 800 meter. And they're still down, reflecting on a long day, recovering.
Well-deserved rest from here on out.
Oh, I don't think these athletes are going to be resting for very long. I think we can expect to see more than a few of them in more events later on this weekend.
Yeah, Madison Lawrence is going to be competing in the women's long jump tomorrow and on the women's triple jump on Saturday and women's high jump on Saturday as well. Madison Lawrence was the 2023 U Sports champion. She took last year off, winning in 2025 in Fine Four. All right, we're going to keep our eyes on the infield here as the men's hep high jump heats up. It's going to be Noah Damash with his 2nd attempt at 187, and he is unable to clear. We're going to take a short break. When we return, the duration of the day 1 of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV from Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor.
sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
All right, welcome back to the 2025 BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV. We just saw Noah Dimash clear 187 on his third attempt. So having a little trouble at that height 2 weeks ago at OUAs. He cleared 202 to win that event in the HEP. So we've got a handful of athletes still competing in the high jump here. And the bar is going to be raised up to 190, I believe. Bar will be set at 190. Dimash was our last athlete to clear 187. Jake Neufeld and Sam Udding unable to clear at 184. That's where they exit the competition. For clearing 184, both Neufeld and Sam Udding will get 661 points and add that to their total.
Yeah, only 6 athletes remain. Here you see Jared Hendricks Pollock, first attempt 190. Almost a possible clearance. Not this attempt. We will see him come back for 2 more.
That is his first miss during the competition. He just entered at 181 and cleared his first 3 heights on his first 3 jumps. Dejan Clark from Trinity Western, looking to clear cleared 187 on his first attempt. Looking to clear 190 on his first here. And Dejan looked like he cleared it with ease, but clipped it with his calves as he went over the bar. Dejan from Trinity Western.
Oh, this Spartan has springs. A little bit of work to do on there in the technique, but I'm sure it'll come with 2 more jumps.
Before this event, Jared Hendricks Pollock was in the lead with 3,000 points. Tristan Misha from Windsor in second. That's a good clearance from Quentin Buscad at 190. From the Laval Rouge et Or. Clears 190 and continues in the competition. Here's Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu. And he is unable to clear 190. So 2 more athletes will attempt 190.
Let's look at this form here in the replay, see what may have gone wrong. Very clean, but I think it is that back heel that does clip it at the tail end of that jump.
Here's Noah Dimash. First attempt at 190. Unable to clear. And favoring his knee a little bit as he gets off the mat.
Is that a limp, I wonder? Or his lace is too tight?
Not too sure. Last year we saw Noah not struggle, but you could tell he had some lingering injuries during the HEP at the OUA Championships. Looked very strong 2 weeks ago. First kind of moment of anguish, as we noticed there, as Manuel Deslitz can't clear 190 on his first attempt.
Brett, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these athletes are beginning to tax. This is their 3rd event of today. 4th event, excuse me. And they will have 3 more tomorrow. You know, part of this is energy conservation while giving your best at all 4 events.
Deslitz there, as we saw on the replay, unable to clear. So here's Jared Hendricks Pollock. Second attempt at 190, clears that. And we'll move on to the next height. Jared won the OUA championship 2 weeks ago. Very consistent throughout the 7 events. And on event number 4, he looks pretty strong at 190. From Trinity Western, here is DeJean Clark. Unable to clear. Looks like he might be getting a little fatigued as well, as he has to look at a third attempt at 190. Here's Lavoie Beaulieu from Sherbrooke. Representing the Verre Or.
Off and away.
I thought he was going to get some bar love there and have it stay. As we see the attempt by him. Here's Noah's second attempt at 190. Oh. Looked like he planted well, got good height, just unable to get the bend necessary to get around the bar. Now he's favoring that left leg a little bit more than the previous round. Talking with his coach about the previous attempt. Manuel Desilets from Western. Here's Manny. Unable to clear on his second attempt. So this is going to be DeJean Clark's third attempt at 190. So here is DeJean Clark. Third attempt at 190 coming up. And the TWU Spartan clears 190 on his third attempt to move on. Big jump for DeJean Clark. Sitting with 2 misses, and he clears on his third attempt there, and he will join Quentin Buscad and Jared Hendricks Pollock at 193. Powerful run up. Good bend. Oh, he cleared it with ease. There's a little bit of wiggle there, but good clearance from Clark. Traveled a long way to get here.
That's right.
Edward Lavoie Beaulieu. Clears at 190 on his third attempt, and the competition moves forward. So 4 athletes will move on to 193. Here's the RSEQ champ, top athlete ranked in U Sports in the HEP. He clears 190. Here's Noah Dimash, third attempt at this height. Unable to clear. He will exit the competition after clearing 187. He entered the competition at 184, cleared it, had 2 misses at 187 before he cleared it on his third chance, and then 3 misses at 190. So Noah will exit the competition. Now Manny Desilets from Western. Gonna gauge his run up here and try to continue his comp. Noah, for clearing 187, will get 687 points. Here's Manny. Unable to clear 190. And Manuel Deslitz will also bow out of the competition at 187. All right, while we raise the bar to 193, we're going to take a short break. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV from Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Hey, U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
And there's Edward Lavoie-Beaulieu, unable to clear 193 on his first attempt. Did have a couple of good clearances at this height, though. Here's Jared Hendricks-Pollock at 193. Very smooth for the OUA champ. And celebrates. He knew that was a good jump. He gets a hand from his teammate, too, and from DeJean Clark. And here is Buscat from Laval. Wow. Great clearance. And here's Clark from TWU, and that's his second miss at 193. He'll get another crack at it, though. So 4 athletes left in the comp. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu has 2 attempts left at this height, unless he decides to move up and skip. So don't believe the bar is going to be changed. So Edouard will take his attempt. Having a quick chat with his coach across the infield. Here's Edouard. Oh, what a beautiful clearance at 193. That bar didn't wiggle at all.
No, that feels good.
Oh. Edouard missed his first attempt at 193. Gathered himself, had a quick chat with his coach, and what a clearance there.
He's been waiting for that one.
So you get a little bit of the pressure off for Lavoie-Beaulieu. And DeJean Clark with his last attempt at 193. So Hendricks, Pollock, Buscade, and Lavoie-Beaulieu will move on to the next height of 196. Let's see if DeJean Clark can join them. Get the slow clap going for the young fella. Oh, unable to clear. Had powerful run up. Looked like his elevation was good enough, but clips the bar as he goes over. That's his third miss at 193. Here's DeJean. So he cleared 190, unable to clear 193, so he will pick up 714 points for his effort. And now this comes down to the final three in the men's Hep high jump. So as they bump it up to 196. So 3 athletes remaining. Quentin Buscade, Jared Hendricks Pollock, and Edward Lavoie-Beaulieu. So as the bar gets moved up to 196, we will continue with our coverage in the infield. So it's going to be Jared Hendricks Pollock attempting this height first. Oh, solid run up for Hendricks Pollock. 196 will not clear that height. Buscade from Laval, Quentin Buscade, will attempt this height next.
Buscade wanting the crowd support here. Nice slow run up. Oh, a valiant effort. He'll have 2 more attempts.
So we'll have 1 more medal presentation tonight. And I'll keep an eye on the infield, guys, if you want to take a look at the presentations.
Women's pentathlon.
Making the presentation is
Lawrence, Manitoba Bison, Rebecca Parker, and Shalane Pritchard. Pritchard went into the 800-meter with the lead, but an impressive performance from both Lawrence and Parker propelled them forward. And that 800-meter race, it was those two at the front of the pack battling. They knew it was on the line. They went out there to try and get it, and they got it.
They ran that 800-meter very well, running 32 seconds, 33 seconds, and then 34 seconds for both of their last 2 laps. And it looked like they were able to work together and push each other, and obviously it paid off with some medals.
Absolutely. Still action going on the infield as well.
Gold medalist, the U Sport champion from the University of Manitoba, with a point total of 4,119, Madison Lawrence.
Nice jump there as Madison Lawrence gets her gold medal.
Congratulations to those athletes. What a fantastic competition. Started at 3 o'clock today. And
they've been going longer than us.
Yes. During that presentation, we saw 2 misses at 196 from Edward Lavoie-Beaulieu and Jared Hendricks Pollock. Here's Buscade to take the lead.
Oh. Closer every jump.
I love his approach. They're not, you see some people that just try to attack it, sprint it. He builds himself up and generates that vertical push, unable to clear 196 though. From Sherbrooke, second attempt coming up at 196 for Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu. Here he goes. Oh, ooh, looked like he jumped early there. Got his shoulders over the bar, but unable to clear. That's his second miss at 196. Having a chat with his coach there.
That's a good analysis. I agree with you. You know, he's so close, a little bit more height and correction, and he's got it.
So looking to his coach. Here's Jared Hendricks-Pollock. This is going to be his third attempt at 196. Currently in the lead by 78 points. Looking to push that lead a little higher with a clearance at 196. Oh! Jared Hendricks-Pollock with a good clearance from 196. What a high jump from Jared. Lots of teammates coming to congratulate him for his feat. Got the slow clap going. Gathers, bends.
Wow.
And lifts those legs over the bar.
Back against the wall. He does it on his third attempt. Everything we want to see from a true competitor.
So 193 and 196. Jared Hendricks takes the long rope, but he clears them. Here's Buscade from Laval. He clears! Oh, boy! What a comp here at the U Sports Championships. Wow!
Right, you called it early. We have a competition.
Beautiful form from Buscade.
And these boys are going to keep going.
Hope y'all didn't have dinner plans. You're hanging out with me.
Might be past your bedtime at home.
Oh, I'm beyond. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, his third attempt at 196. Will he join?
Energy's high.
The finalists. Oh! That was his best attempt at that height. Looked pretty good. Unable to clear. Look at it one more time. Plants off that right foot. Looked like he had the hang time, but his body clipped the bar as he was on his way down, and he will exit the competition at that height. So we're going to go up to 199, and we're going to have two competitors left in the U Sports HEP high jump. These athletes started their day with a 60-meter sprint. They went over to the long jump. They participated in the shot put, and now the high jump here to finish off day one. They'll come back tomorrow, and they'll say, I know you're really tired, but you guys want to run hurdles to start off the day? And so they're going to do that. Then they're going to do the pole vault, and then they will finish it off with a 1,000-meter race. And Dan, we talked about it earlier. You talked about the pain and anguish on the faces of some of these athletes as they're finishing these long-distance races. But for these multis, 1,000 meters may as well be 10,000 meters because there is so much pain and fatigue on their faces but they have to finish the race to be able to qualify, right? So you can't just quit, right? So it's a big thing, and looking forward to it.
Now this is big territory. They're at 199.
For reference, the OUA champion was 205 this year, so not too far off. Unable to clear on his first attempt there.
Yeah, forget 6 other events. These guys could do regular high jump.
And they just might. Some of them may be. I know a lot of these athletes will only do the multis, right? But a lot of those other athletes that we have in this field will be pole vaulters on day 3. And so they're going to do the pole vault in the HEP tomorrow, and they're going to do the pole vault on day 3 to finish off the day. Sometimes these guys are really good high jumpers, so they try and get as much points as they can in the high jump, then compete on day 3 So it's all about kind of strategy. What's your skill set, and what's best for your team, really, right? Could Jared compete in other events? I'm sure, but his best event is the Hep. So here is Buscad. First attempt at 199. Looked like he may have mistimed his jump there. We'll go back and have a chat with his coach as Jared Hendricks Pollock will line up his second attempt at 199. What was your PB in high jump, Cole?
Oh, nothing comparative to this. I don't even want to guess. Maybe half.
Yeah.
And then less.
Half of a half for me. So Jared Hendricks Pollock will attempt 199 once again. The OUA champ. Last couple jumps he's been doing the slow clap. Not sure if he's going to ask for the crowd's help this time. He's asking the officials for some... Oh, that's his coach there. But what starting point they want him to use.
Big mood tonight.
Here's Robin Selkirk cheering on Jared Hendricks Pollock. Second attempt. Unable to clear. Looked like his right elbow hit the bar before anything else. So it would be a second miss at that height.
Quick look at the replay here. Hendricks Pollock, big jump, and you're right, maybe the elbow and back shoulder. A little more height there, and I'm sure he's got it.
So Quentin Buscad from Laval, the Rouge et Or. He's going to get the slow clap going now.
Buscad.
Oh. A little bit of a slip there. Went underneath the bar. Looked like he might have skid there. Let's take a look. Look at his plant foot. Left.
Oh.
Just...
Not his last jump.
No.
He'll be back for more. Unfortunately, does get the red flag on that and will be given an X.
So that's going to bring it down to the last jump for both of these athletes. If they both don't clear it, that's the end of the competition. They'll get the points allotted to them for their clearances, and they'll move on to day 2. So here's the OUA champ. Oh, I thought he had it at 199, his third attempt there. That was his best. Looking very strong throughout the entire day. And if after doing 4 events, your last attempt at 199 is that close, I think you'll take that if you're Jared Hendricks Pollock. And Jared pointing up to the camera. Doing great.
Showman.
This is an entertaining sport, right?
Yep.
We aim to entertain. Here's Quentin Buscad. For the win at 199. Unable to clear. So that is the end of the men's high jump competition. Quentin Buscad and Jared Hendricks Pollock will share the points at that height. Much better attempt on his third attempt there. And that is the end of the competition. After 4 events on day 1, Jared Hendricks Pollock with a lead of 3,090 points. Behind him by 105 points is Tristan Misha, and third, Western's Emmanuel Deslitz with 2,973.
Yeah, and we get ready for tomorrow, which is going to be another jam-packed day. We start at 4 o'clock. We got 60-meter 60-meter hurdle prelims for women, 60-meter hurdle prelims for men, 1,000-meter. Looking forward to that big time. That's going to be exciting. We got some big names in those events as well. And know you brought it up, Brett, but yeah, that's what we're looking. It's what I'm looking forward to the most. 3,000 meters, 300-meter prelims, and then on the field side, long jump for women, high jump for men, pentathlon, pole vault, long jump men, shot put women. It's and weight throw men. So that's going to be stand clear of the infield when they're throwing the weights around at 3 o'clock because we saw some go wild for the women earlier today, and we heard some crashing and some banging, maybe some tables breaking, who knows, but that was a sight to see. Looking forward to that tomorrow. But yeah, what stood out for you guys today, Brett? I know you were tracking everything so closely all day.
I try my best. It was really exciting seeing the weight throw event being as close as it was. We saw potential U Sports records there. We saw a U Sports record break in the women's pent long jump. I'm really excited about how these athletes are continuing to set the bar higher and higher for each other. Jennifer Elizarev winning her 3rd straight U Sports championship. That's something that she will never forget. When she's 80, she'll remember that she won 3 U Sports championships. And when I think about looking back, when those athletes are kids, I think about that. Like when they're 8, 9, 10 years old, when they first do track and field, the accomplishment that they have now, that's what really makes me love track and field like I do.
When you win the red ribbon back then.
Yes. I always got the brown ribbon for 8th. I don't know. But I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days of competition for sure.
Cool. Sadie Jane?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the men's 4x200 meter relay today. The word I'll use to describe it was scrappy. You know, you saw a lot of good teams making passes on hard corners, a lot of great handoffs. University of Western, that initially struggled earlier in the season with some handoffs and performances, really putting it together and will be the top seed in Saturday's final.
For me, it had to have been the battle between Rebecca Parker and Madison Lawrence in that final event of the women's pentathlon. They both ran great 800s, and we could see the determination on their faces as they were coming down the home stretch. It was an excellent performance.
Fantastic day, and as the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor clears out, we will clear out as well. For Brett Hedges, Cole Hannum, Sadie Jane Hickson, and Sarah Saeed on the interviews down at field level and the entire Your TV production team, I'm Dan Malta. Thank you so much for tuning in to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. We will see you tomorrow.
The 20